Time flew by quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The war had gotten more and more intense during this period. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered countless casualties, a steady stream of reinforcements continued to arrive from the rear as though their numbers were infinite. On the other hand, the human race relied on Blue Sky Pass's sturdy defenses in order to repel the Black Ink clan's repeated onslaught. There were not many casualties on their end. Blue Sky Pass itself was an enormous mobile palace artifact, so it had its own defensive mechanisms. Furthermore, warships and masters were frequently sent into battle to break through and disrupt enemy lines. As long as these Blue Sky Pass and the various warships remained intact, the lives of those hiding inside would not be endangered. Be that as it may, the number of people who were corroded by Black Ink strength every single day remained very high. Knowing that they now had the means to dispel and purify Black Ink strength, the human masters no longer had any scruples when fighting the Black Ink clan. If they had the chance to kill an enemy, they would not pass up on the opportunity even if they would be corroded by Black Ink strength as a result. At the beginning, the Black Ink clan had been happy to see these changes. That was because many Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength would voluntarily defect to their side every time the human race and the Black Ink clan clashed. Contrary to their expectations, though, they were surprised to discover that not a single Black Ink disciple was born from the human race after a certain point in time. This phenomenon was extremely unusual, and this matter soon attracted the attention of the higher-ups among the Black Ink clan. They tried to learn more about this phenomenon, but were powerless to do anything about the situation. In the central square of Blue Sky Pass, Xianxia cast purifying light to help those infected dispel and purify the Black Ink strength in their bodies. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of something traveling through the air at a high speed. It did not sound like the arrival of another infected person, though. Thus, he took a moment out of his busy schedule to glance in that direction and was promptly astonished by the sight. Over there was a ship which by no means could be called small. Judging by the appearance, the ship did not seem to be a simple flight-type artifact but a warship. Xianxia had seen many of the warships belonging to the human race during the time he spent on the battlefield previously. While there were various shapes and sizes to them, the vast majority of them seemed to adopt the appearance of a large ship. There were evident traces of an assault marring the surface of this particular warship, so it was clear it had seen action on the battlefield. Nevertheless, what surprised Xianxia was the people standing on the deck of the ship. They were none other than Dong Guoranping, Fan Sun, and the others. As soon as he saw them, Xianxia became excited and hurriedly finished the tasks he had on hand. Only then did he soar into the sky and land on the deck of the large ship. After greeting Dong Guoranping and the others, he examined the large ship with interest. Dong Guoranping smiled. This old girl was taken out of the storehouse. Since you needed a finished product in a hurry, there was no time to refine a new one. The other functional warships are already in use by others, so although this one was badly damaged in the past, it has been patched up since then. You can use it with peace of mind. Xianxia nodded and asked suspiciously, "Does it work?" Dong Guoranping laughed. "Whether it can be used or not, you will know once you've tested it out. Since you wanted to seal the purifying light while also having a convenient method for entry and exit, this was the only solution that I could come up with." Fan Sun and the others also made many modifications during this period before they finalized the design. "We brought this here for you to make the final verification. Come, follow me." While saying that, he beckoned and guided Xianxia towards the cabin inside. Upon entering the cabin, Xianxia discovered that ship's interior had undergone a lot of changes. The entire hull had basically been hollowed out, so the entire cabin was nothing more than a huge empty space. The surrounding walls of the cabin were engraved with complex patterns, and a space array had also been prepared in the center of the cabin. Dong Guoranping explained, "Those who were corrupted by Black Ink strength can be teleported into this room via the space array on the deck. In addition, they can be teleported out in the same manner after the Black Ink strength has been dispelled from their bodies." Xianxia nodded. "Your arrangements are very thorough, Senior." Dong Guoranping waved his hands dismissively. That was Fan Sun's suggestion. He claimed that you have tried implementing this method in the past. If this method becomes feasible, then it will certainly be inconvenient to constantly open and close the grand array. To prevent any wastage of the purifying light, the existence of the space array is necessary. I also heard from Fansoon that you've been experimenting for several months but have failed to solve this problem. In any case, this should be enough to satisfy your requirements. I've refined the interior of the large ship specifically for that purpose. On the other hand, Fansoon and the others have supplemented the rest with the Tao of Spirit arrays. You can think of this cabin as a space similar to the interior of your bottle gourd. It has a strong gathering and sealing effect. Even if an occasional connection is formed between the space arrays, the purifying light sealed in this place will not escape. After he finished his explanation, he turned to look at Yang Kai. Do you want to test it? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. After careful inspection, he confirmed that the purifying light showed no signs of escaping. The purifying light was perfectly sealed inside this cabin, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. His ability to cast purifying light to dispel black ink strength had certainly brought great fortune to the human army in Blue Sky Pass, but at the same time he was constrained by his ability. Due to his ability, Yang Kai had to remain inside Blue Sky Pass at all times. It was impossible for him to go anywhere else. The reason he had been so enthusiastic about solving this issue during this period was so that he could regain some of his freedom. The problem of reducing the purifying light's wastage was secondary. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array, breathed out lightly, and immediately manipulated space principles. The world spun around him and his vision blurred for a moment. Then he appeared on the ship's deck. Fansoon, Fengying, and the others had been waiting above while paying close attention to the movements of the space array. As soon as they saw Yang Kai appear, they carefully observed the space array with solemn expressions. How is it? Yang Kai anxiously asked. Although he had not felt the loss of the purifying light when he was transported out of the cabin, it was better to ask the outside observers about such matters. Fansoon stroked his beard and said, "It worked. I didn't see any signs indicating that the purifying light had escaped." Really? Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise. Fengying nodded as well. There was none. Come. You should all come and give it a try then. Yang Kai gave up his spot. Fengying and the others did not refuse. They immediately took turns to use the space array and teleported themselves into the cabin. A short while later, they used the same method and returned to the deck from inside the cabin. Meanwhile, Yang Kai watched them intently. His divine sense inspected the movements of every single person entering and exiting the grand array. In the end, he found that there were indeed no signs of the purifying light leaking. He rejoiced, knowing that his goal had been accomplished. Nevertheless, he couldn't help sighing slightly. It had not been easy. Despite joining efforts with Fansoon and the others for several months, they had failed to produce satisfactory results. On the contrary, the matter was accomplished as soon as Donghua and Ping intervened in this matter. It was not to say that the Tao of artifact refining was better than the Tao of spirit arrays. It was just that the Tao of artifact refining was simply more suitable for what he wanted to accomplish. Besides, the many spirit arrays inside the cabin were clearly constructed through a careful blending of artifact refining and spirit arrays. That was why they could produce such effects. Many thanks for your help, Senior Donghua. Yang Kai sincerely thanked Donghua and Ping when the latter walked out to the deck. Donghua and Ping waved his hand nonchalantly. You are too polite. There's no need to be so stiff, Marshal Nephew. He paused for a moment before he continued. Actually, I would like to ask you for a favor. Yang Kai turned solemn. Please speak freely, Senior. Donghua and Ping replied. I originally planned to create an artifact specifically for the purifying light. It was only because of your idea that I changed my mind and modified this warship instead. While he was speaking, he suddenly glanced outside the Great Pass. The human race and the Black Ink clan were fighting fiercely outside the Great Pass with every passing moment. The sounds of their battle came from afar, accompanied by the violent fluctuations that came from the collision of energies. It was obvious that the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were clashing with one another. Humans have suffered from the Black Ink clan's attacks since time immemorial. The cave heavens and paradises would often send a large amount of manpower to the black ink battlefield at regular intervals. Countless elite disciples have died on the battlefield for this cause. Even so, we have been unable to eliminate the Black Ink clan completely. The main reason was that we were powerless to invade the Black Ink clan's domain and eradicate them once and for all. Although the old ancestor occasionally leads a team into the Black Ink clan hinterland in person, such measures are nothing more than a temporary solution. It does not strike at the root of the issue. These invasions might even incite the wrath of the Black Ink clan, provoking a stronger retaliation in return. He turned to look at Xianxia. The existence of Black Ink strength is a huge deterrent for us. However, your arrival and the appearance of the purifying light has greatly reduced the deterrence of the Black Ink strength and given the human race the capital to launch a crusade against the Black Ink clan. Looking at the current situation, in order to dispel Black Ink strength, those infected have to withdraw from the battlefield and come to you for treatment. But what if we deployed this ship to the battlefield instead? If someone is corrupted by Black Ink strength in battle, they will no longer need to return to the inner sanctum. On the contrary, they can quickly resolve the issue and return to the fight without delay. That will greatly preserve the manpower on the battlefield. Looking at things from a long-term perspective, if we refine more ships that contain the sealed purifying light and dispatch them along with the army, won't we be able to assault the Black Ink clan's core and finally eradicate them completely? His words were delivered calmly, but anybody could hear the anticipation and excitement hidden in his tone. Following his speech, everybody else's eyes also began to light up with excitement. That was right. They had been fighting the Black Ink clan for so many years, and the main reason they could not completely eradicate the Black Ink clan was that Black Ink strength posed too much of a danger to the human race. They were powerless to invade deep into the Black Ink clan's domain as a result. Most of the time, they could only wait passively for the Black Ink clan to attack. Even if they ultimately repelled the Black Ink clan's forces, they could not eliminate the Black Ink clan from the roots up. They could only watch the remnants of the Black Ink clan army withdraw from the battlefield. The Black Ink clan would slowly accumulate their strength and make another comeback after several dozen or hundreds of years. When it came down to it, Dong Guoranping was an 8th-order ancestor. Standing higher allowed him to see further. While Xianxia and the others were focused on solving the issue regarding the purifying light's wastage, he had already considered using it to launch a crusade. It was precisely due to his considerations that one of the damaged warships had been brought out from the storehouse and modified. The reason Dong Guoranping did that was so that the artifact used to seal the purifying light would not only be suitable for a crusade but also come equipped with a strong defense. In this case, a warship in the shape of a large ship was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for such an endeavor. This matter was extremely important. Therefore, it was not something Dong Guoranping could decide on his own. They had to wait until the old ancestor fully recovered and returned from retreat before they could make a full report and plans could be made. Even if they prepared for a crusade against the Black Ink clan, this endeavor would involve more than just Blue Sky Pass. All the Great Passes would have to contribute to the crusade. The troops from each Great Pass would need to march forward together in order to eliminate and eradicate the Black Ink clan completely. The advanced preparations for the crusade would not be something that could be accomplished in a short time. Nevertheless, such a glorious future filled their imaginations vividly. To see whether or not this old master's idea is feasible, the battlefield around Blue Sky Pass is the perfect place to experiment. Dong Guoranping retracted his gaze. I have already contacted the 4 army commanders, so they should be arriving soon. This old master will explain this matter to them later, but the final decision on how to proceed will ultimately depend on them. In any case, we will need you to work hard when the time comes. Xianxia. This junior will do his utmost. Xianxia cupped his fist. When the results of the experiment came out and the application of the remodeled warship was confirmed earlier, Dong Guoranping had immediately sent a message to the army commanders. For figures quickly arrived one after another before the people on the ship had even waited for a stick of incense worth of time. The Eastern Army's army commander, Ding Yao, came from Great Battle Heaven. The Southern Army's army commander, Liang Yulong, came from Crepe Myrtle Cave Heaven. The Western Army's army commander, Zhong Liang, came from Blue Sky Paradise. and the Northern Army's army commander, Shun 2Mo, came from Azure Cloud's paradise. Every one of them was an Eighth-Order ancestors. Moreover, they were considered the best of the best among the Eighth-Order masters. The war was currently ongoing, and these four were in charge of guarding the east, south, west, and north directions around Blue Sky Pass respectively. Therefore, they would not carelessly leave their positions before the war ended. The last time they left their positions, it had been because Zhong Liang claimed that he had an important matter to discuss. This time around, Dong Guoranping had summoned them for another matter of great importance. It was something that required the army commanders to come forward in person. Otherwise, he would not have dared to disturb them so easily. They did not have much time, so they immediately inquired about the situation as soon as they arrived. Zhong Liang was well aware of Yang Kai's recent activities. Feng Ying, who had been serving beside Yang Kai all this time, would periodically send messages to him about the situation. However, the other three did not know much. Upon listening to Dong Guoranping's outlook on the war in the future, their eyes involuntarily lit up with hope. If that was truly the case, then Yang Kai's arrival would not only give Blue Sky Pass the means to resolve Black Ink strength, but also give the human race the power to launch a crusade against the Black Ink clan's domain. Such a matter was extremely important. Ding Yao was dressed in golden armor, looking absolutely imposing. All the cultivators from Great Battle Heaven generally dressed in this manner. After he entered the large ship and inspected the interior, he turned to the side and asked, "Does it work?" "It should work fine." Yang Kai nodded in response. Ding Yao frowned. "We cannot afford to be negligent in this matter. We need to take careful measures to ensure that this endeavor is feasible." While he was talking, he suddenly noticed a figure flying over at a high speed. It was a human cultivator who had been corroded by Black Ink strength and came here to seek treatment. As soon as he saw the four army commanders standing there, he visibly jumped in surprise and hurriedly cupped his fist in greeting. The four men waved their hands dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such courtesy. Yang Kai smiled. "Whether or not it works, we will know after this." There was no need to prepare anything on his part since people would come to him for help with dispelling Black Ink strength every single day. In fact, he was waiting for this very moment in the first place. The four army commanders immediately understood. Nodding lightly, they waited quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stepped forward and guided the cultivator corroded by Black Ink strength to the space array. Despite activating the spirit array and transporting that person into the cabin, he did not follow along. Now that he had experienced the situation for himself, he finally understood what the word incredible meant. The Black Ink strength inside his body had been dispelled cleanly in such a short period of time. Furthermore, not the slightest trace remained. He was no longer at risk of becoming corrupted by it. On the contrary, the gentle white light in the cabin had been as comfortable as the spring breeze. Nevertheless, the four army commanders were not reassured just yet. They carefully inspected that person's small universe and confirmed that he was perfectly fine before they released him. During this interval, Yang Kai took the chance to enter the cabin and check on the loss of the purifying light. The Black Ink strength had been brought into the cabin to be dispelled and purified, so the purifying light was bound to have been consumed to a certain extent. However, the results were as expected. The loss was almost negligible. He had drawn upon the power of many yellow and blue crystals in the cabin previously, so the purifying light sealed in the cabin remained quite dense. Dong Guoranping said, "Brothers, this method is feasible." The method had been verified, so there was no need to harbor further doubts. There was a faint sense of excitement burning in their hearts now. Had the human race finally gained the means to support a crusade? If they could perfectly end the war on the Black Ink battlefield one day, then those trapped here for so long would finally have hope of going home. Liang Yulong nodded. "This matter is extremely important, so we shouldn't reveal anything for the time being. We should limit this knowledge to the people present here." Needless to say, everybody understood what he meant. It was impossible to hide the existence of this ship. All the people who sought help would eventually need to enter the large ship in order to dispel and purify the Black Ink strength in their bodies. Therefore, what Liang Yulong had been referring to was the matter regarding the future crusade. The human race was not ready for such an enormous campaign yet. What's more, the old ancestors had yet to make a decision regarding this matter. If news about the crusade were to spread, it would only give the people hope and expectations. However, their hope and expectations would turn into disappointment if their plans failed to materialize. Yang Kai and the others naturally accepted the order. Zhong Liang patted Yang Kai's shoulder with a chuckle. "You've worked hard recently, martial nephew." Yang Kai truly was a treasure. How many losses had been prevented since he arrived at Blue Sky Pass? If nothing else, he had rescued all those who were corrupted by black ink strength recently. Otherwise, those people would either have been forced to sacrifice a part of their small universe and suffer a decline in their strength, or have been converted into black ink disciples and defected to the black ink clan. However, such incidents no longer occurred after Yang Kai came to Blue Sky Pass. Not a single black ink disciple had been converted by the black ink clan. The more Zhong Liang looked at Yang Kai, the more he approved of this boy. It was fortunate that Feng Ying had encountered Yang Kai back in the black ink clan hinterland and brought him to the Great Pass. Blue Sky Pass would not have been blessed with such great fortune otherwise. "It is this junior's responsibility," Yang Kai replied humbly. "Old ancestor?" Ding Yao's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced in a certain direction. Startled by his words, everybody else turned to look in that direction only to see that there was nothing there. The old ancestor was nowhere to be seen. While they were caught up in their confusion, though, a surging force suddenly erupted from Ding Yao's body. The force immediately sent Yang Kai and the others flying backward. Since they never expected to be attacked here, they were completely caught off guard and could not react in time. Hence, all of them were sent drifting in all directions like fallen leaves in the middle of a storm. Suspended in mid-air, Yang Kai heard Zhong Liang shouting furiously, "Ding Yao, what are you doing?" His heart sank abruptly, wondering why Ding Yao had committed such an outrageous act. Could it be that Ding Yao was a black ink disciple? Now that the purifying light has been revealed, is he planning to kill me? But something doesn't add up. His actions might have been forceful, but there was no intention to harm. At the very least, I didn't sense any danger. I've only been sent flying by the impact. After he finally managed to stabilize his body, Yang Kai looked over and felt his face twitching at the sight. In the sky above the central square, Ding Yao was standing alone on the deck of the new ship. Moreover, the warship had been turned around and was currently facing the eastern defense lines. Looking at the situation, it would seem that Ding Yao had taken control of the ship and was trying to fly it towards the east. It was just that his path forward had been blocked, so he was forced to stop. Combined with Ding Yao's position as the Eastern Army's army commander, Yang Kai had a vague idea about the current situation. At this moment, Liang Yulong, Zhong Liang, and Shin Tumo were standing in front of the large ship and blocking the path forward. Like Yang Kai, these three had been caught off guard and sent flying backward by the impact just now. It was just that they were 8th Order masters, so not only was their foundation strong, but their reflexes were also quick. The sudden attack only stunned them for a moment before they immediately adapted. "Ding Yao, your actions are dishonorable." Liang Yulong's expression darkened. Shin Tumo frowned. "What are you doing?" Zhong Liang was polite and roared furiously. "Do you even need to ask?" As soon as this hooligan made his move, I already knew what he had in mind. This old fart is planning to steal the ship. On what basis? Liang Yulong yelled inquiringly. Ding Yao looked down condescendingly from above. "Based on the fact that I'm standing on it while the three of you aren't." Shin Tumo chuckled. "What does that prove?" "That only happened because you made a sudden move and we were caught unprepared. If it really came down to it, this ship should belong to the Northern Army. Take a look at the emblem on the ship. Don't you see that the emblem belongs to the Thunder Battalion of the Northern Army's Left Wing 3rd Division? Disembark. Ding Yao. I'm bringing this ship back to the Northern Army." The ship was something Dong Gua and Ping had taken out of the storehouse. It had originally been severely damaged and was barely usable after he made some repairs to the ship. Upon a closer look, though, it turned out that the ship once belonged to the Thunder Battalion of the Northern Army's Right Wing 3rd Division. Ding Yao sneered coldly and responded with 3 words, "In your dreams." Zhong Liang persuaded earnestly, Ding Yao, why don't you come down first? Let's talk things out peacefully. Ding Yao snorted. I'm not coming down. You will definitely board the ship as soon as I come down. Zhong Liang was speechless. Senior brother, you're not a child anymore. Why are you acting like a little brat fighting over a toy? What would others think if they learned about this? Nevertheless, he could understand Ding Yao's motives in snatching the ship. Bringing this warship back to the battlefield might not directly increase the army's combat ability, but it would greatly cut down on the travel time needed to purify black ink strength. Furthermore, the existence of the ship itself would be a tremendous stabilizing force. The morale of the army would be greatly improved as a result. It wasn't just Ding Yao who wanted the large ship. He wanted it too. We all belong to Blue Sky Pass. Although we are the army commanders of our respective armies, we cannot only think about ourselves. Ding Yao, if you take this ship away today, what will happen to the Southern Army, the Western Army, and the Northern Army? Zhong Liang asked gravely. Ding Yao snorted and motioned to the side. Isn't young boy here? You can just go to him. The Eastern Army is having a difficult time on the battlefield. The presence of this ship might be able to change the war situation. Don't exaggerate. Liang Yulong clicked his tongue. The Eastern Army is having a hard time on the battlefield, but so is the Southern Army. Why are you only focusing on the Eastern Army and ignoring the lives of the disciples in the 3 other armies? Ding Yao, you are an army commander. How can you be so selfish? Ding Yao curled his lips into a sneer. Don't try to push such nonsense onto me. There are great battle heaven disciples serving under your armies. How can I possibly disregard their lives? It's just that there is only one ship right now, so the Eastern Army will use it first. If you are truly selfless, then you shouldn't stop me. Liang Yulong's expression was dark, but he said nothing in response. Instead, he shot a look at Zhong Liang and Shin Tuemo. They could not allow Ding Yao to take the ship away today. If the news were to spread that only the Eastern Army had a ship while the Southern Army, the Western Army, and the Northern Army did not, wouldn't their subordinates criticize them for being useless? Shin Tuemo frowned and said, Ding Yao, this warship will not be the only one. Now that we have a prototype, we are bound to have a second, third, and so on. Why are you being so anxious? There will come a day when every one of us has a ship. Nevertheless, Ding Yao remained stubborn in the face of their persuasion. He retorted, Since you're not anxious, then stop wasting my time. The army is still fighting outside, and the disciples are struggling desperately. This old master is not in the mood to waste my energy on you. Make way. The 3 of them naturally refused to move aside. On the other side, Dong Guanping sighed as he muttered, Highly improper. At this moment, the army commanders were squabbling over the ownership of a ship. Their actions were extremely detrimental to their dignity. It was fortunate that no disciples had seen their squabbling. Otherwise, they would quickly become laughingstocks. This ship was created by Yang Boy. Why don't we ask him for his opinion? The army he chooses will have the rights to use the large ship. What do you think? Zhong Liang suggested. While speaking, he secretly gave Yang Kai a wink. Among the 4 army commanders present, he was the closest to Yang Kai. He was certain that he held a great advantage if he asked Yang Kai to step forward. The other 3 could not object to this suggestion. Yang Kai's ability had been proven in the recent period, and many of the disciples serving under their respective armies had received help from him. More importantly, they would still need to rely on his ability to solve the problem of the black ink strength in the future. Rejecting this suggestion would simply cause problems for themselves. Therefore, Yang Kai had a great say in this matter, even though he was only in the 6th order. Seeing the gazes of the 4 men turning towards him, Yang Kai felt speechless. He had seen the wink Zhong Liang gave him, but how could he be partial at a time like this? Besides, he could not be biased in this matter. After pondering in silence for some time, he cupped his fist and said, Seniors, although this ship can be used, I'm afraid it will not last for long if you bring it out to the battlefield. Ding Yao frowned. What do you mean by that? Yang Kai explained. The purifying light is the foundation that dispels and purifies black ink strength. Although a large amount of purifying light has been sealed in the cabin, according to this junior's estimate, It is only enough for 100 people at most. In other words, the purifying light will be exhausted after 100 people come and go. After that, this large ship will be nothing more than a decoration. The army commanders exchanged a glance with each other. Meanwhile, Ding Yao blinked his eyes. He suddenly realized that he had been overly eager after seeing the effects of the purifying light ship with his own eyes. Although he had heard rumors about the purifying light recently, he did not actually know much about the specifics of the situation. He originally thought that he could kick back and relax once he obtained the large ship. It was not until he heard Yang Kai's explanation that he learned that the purifying light would be consumed with each use. If it could only be used for 100 people, then what was the point? Can't more purifying light be sealed inside? Ding Yao asked. Of course, that is possible, Yang Kai nodded. But this junior has yet to run thorough experiments on how much purifying light can be sealed in this ship. That is why I have to ask you to leave the ship here, seniors. This ship has only just been completed after all, so nobody knows if there are any hidden faults with it. If you leave the ship here for further observation, this junior will be able to check on and resolve its flaws more easily. Since a single bowl of water could not be split evenly, then there was no need to split it at all. The large ship would remain here, and nobody could take it away. His words were not meant as a polite refusal either. Rather, checking the ship was really something that needed to be done. Yang Kai could not guarantee that the ship could withstand the test of time or the rigors of battle. That was something he would need to observe carefully to be certain of. By determining these flaws earlier, he would have an easier time working on them in the future. Ding Yao and the others looked at each other. Yang Kai had already spoken, so how could they not know that nobody was allowed to set their sights on the ship today? Ding Yao came down from the ship following a period of silence. It will definitely take a few months. After all, many issues will not come to light if the time is too short. Dongguo and Ping nodded. Please rest assured, Brother Zhong. Artifact refining is the duty of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. I will live up to your trust. Then, it's settled. While speaking, Zhong Lang glanced at the other three army commanders. Naturally, nobody had any objections. Now that the discussion was over, there was nothing that required their attention anymore. In any case, they needed to preside over the battle faced by their respective armies at the moment and could not stay for much longer. After reminding the others not to reveal the matter regarding the crusade, they hurriedly left the scene. Likewise, Dongguo and Ping, Fan Sun, and the others also departed soon afterward to work on a new warship. The ship in the central square had been dragged out of the storehouse, so it was severely damaged and only just managed to meet the requirements after some patching by Dongguo and Ping. If they planned to refine a similar artifact for each of the armies, then they would need to refine brand new warships designed specifically for this role. More than anything, they would need to focus on defense. This new class of warship could probably do without any offensive abilities, but its defensive abilities would need to be top-notch. Otherwise, the losses would be massive if such a warship was damaged or destroyed in battle. It didn't take long before only Yang Kai and Feng Ying remained on the central square. If anybody comes here for help in dispelling black ink strength, just let them in directly, Yang Kai instructed before he stepped onto the space array and teleporting into the cabin. It was just as he had explained to the army commanders earlier. The large ship was newly completed, so there were many things that needed to be tested and verified. At the very least, Yang Kai needed to know the limits of how much purifying light could be sealed within the cabin. It was easy enough to verify this fact, though, as he simply needed to cast purifying light without stopping until the grand array was saturated. Inside the cabin, yellow and blue lights bloomed continuously from Yang Kai's hands and immediately transformed into a pure white light. At the same time, he silently calculated the consumption rate of the yellow and blue crystals while paying close attention to the changes in the spirit array. He was testing the limits of the grand array's sealing effect, a little bit at a time. A huge amount of the yellow and blue crystals had been consumed, and it was not until half a day later that he finally stopped his actions. Yang Kai could vaguely sense that the grand array in the cabin was about to reach its limits. In other words, it could not accommodate any more purifying light. Looking around, the interior of the cabin was filled with a blanket of white at the moment. The purifying light was so dense that it almost felt solid to the touch. In fact, that was not that far from the truth. Xianxia calculated the number of yellow and blue crystals consumed and immediately had a grasp on the situation. The purifying light sealed inside the cabin was enough for nearly 2,000 sixth-order cultivators. The outcome of his experiment satisfied him greatly. 2,000 was quite a big number after all. Based on the information he received from Fengying, during the previous wars between the human race and the Black Ink clan, the total number of people who got corrupted by Black Ink strength throughout the war did not exceed this number. The reason why so many people had been corrupted by Black Ink strength recently was that they were relying on Xianxia's support. They knew that it did not matter even if they were corroded by Black Ink strength, so they fought freely without any scruples. As a result, the number of cultivators corrupted increased dramatically. Thanks to Xianxia's existence, the cultivators corrupted by Black Ink strength would not suffer from a decrease in combat power as long as they returned in time for treatment. It was unlike before where they would have to sacrifice a part of their small universe in order to escape danger. If a single ship could be used for 2,000 people, and each army would have their own ship, meaning there was enough purifying light for 8,000 people at full capacity. That would be enough even for extended use, such as on a long crusade. While he was busy working, Xianxia would occasionally sense others entering the cabin through the space array. These people had undoubtedly come to him for help, but now that they had the ship, there was no need for him to personally cast purifying light on each person. They only needed to teleport into the cabin, wait for a while, and teleport out of the cabin again for all their worries to be removed. That had saved Xianxia a lot of time and energy. After confirming the limits of how much purifying light could be sealed in the Grand Array, Xianxia returned to the deck. Fengying had been paying close attention to the space array, so she quickly came to greet him as soon as he appeared. "Were there any problems?" Xianxia asked. Although he had verified that the purifying light would not escape from the Grand Array, the concentration of the purifying light had not been very high at the time. The current situation was no longer the same as before. The purifying light sealed inside the cabin was extremely dense, so nobody could guarantee that no losses would occur during entry and exit. There were no problems. Fengying shook her head. Xianxia immediately felt relieved. It would seem that the ship which integrated both the artifact refining and the spirit array dowse could perfectly meet the requirements of his original plan. In that case, he could continue with the next step. After pondering for some time, Xianxia asked, "Martial Ant, does the inner sanctum contain a universe temple?" "You've heard." Xianxia raised his brow in surprise. She nodded. "That's right. It's because I've never seen them myself. It is said that each pass possessed a universe temple when they were first constructed. As you know, a universe temple makes traveling around very convenient. Even when our people were scattered across great distances, they only needed to activate the universe transference law to return to the universe temple. That was why each great pass had their own universe temples in the beginning. Unfortunately, the Black Ink battlefield is different from the 3,000 worlds. The situation here is rather special, and the existence of the universe temples may give the Black Ink clan a strategic advantage over us. Hence, the universe temples of each great pass were sealed after several incidents. Xianxia immediately understood after listening to her explanation. If Black Ink disciples were to suddenly appear inside the universe temple, they would surely cause devastating damages to the inner sanctum. That's right. Aside from the old ancestor, who can guarantee that they will not be corrupted by Black Ink strength? What if they became corrupted by Black Ink strength and were converted into Black Ink disciples? They would not be able to disobey the orders of the Black Ink clan. If they teleported back here, forget how much destruction they could cause to us. Even if they merely self-destructed, they could spread Black Ink strength around and incite panic. That is why, even if there was a universe temple in the inner sanctum, it would have been sealed a long time ago. No one would be allowed to use it. He nodded. That's true. Why did you suddenly ask about the universe temple? She looked at him curiously. Xianxia smiled and pointed at the cabin. Martial Ant, what effect do you think will occur if we arrange a universe array inside this ship's cabin? Fengying was initially stunned by his words, but her expression immediately changed in the next moment. Whilst she was deep in thought, various ideas flashed through her mind as she murmured to herself, The reason the universe temples were sealed was to prevent black ink disciples from infiltrating and causing havoc, but if we added a universe array to the ship's cabin, then we wouldn't need to worry about such occurrences. Even if a black ink disciple teleports into this place, the black ink strength in their bodies will instantly be dispelled and purified to restore their true nature. With the purifying light, all the previous issues that troubled them were no longer a problem. Feng Ying's eyes lit up. Your idea might just work, but... After saying that, she furrowed her brow. I don't think anyone here can arrange a universe array. At the very least, there are no such talents in Blue Sky Pass. The universe temples in the various Great Passes were as ancient as the Great Passes themselves. There might have been people who could prepare a universe array and construct a universe temple in ancient times. Unfortunately, with the closure of the universe temples, the means and the knowledge disappeared with the passing of time. That was intentionally done by the human race in order to prevent the relevant personnel from becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength and the Black Ink clan from obtaining the creation method of the universe temples. The Black Ink clan was hard to deal with in the first place. If they were allowed to master the mysteries of the universe temples, then they would truly be invincible. I can do it, Yang Kai quickly said. Feng Ying was astonished. You can arrange a universe array? Aren't you? Yang Kai laughed. It's true that I'm completely clueless about the Tao of Spirit arrays, but space arrays and the universe arrays are related to the Tao of space after all. That's why I dabbled in them slightly. Back in the 3000 worlds, he had spent over 30 years comprehending the mysteries of the universe array. His attainments in the Tao of space soared as a result, and he ultimately comprehended his cow punch secret technique from his efforts. Afterward, Yang Kai also constructed some universe temples in the new great territory adjacent to High Heaven territory so that his disciples could conveniently travel back and forth to investigate the new great territory. That was why preparing a universe array was not a difficult task to him. Do you need me to do anything? Should I gather some helpers? Feng Ying asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't need any assistance, though I am lacking a few resources. I will need you to help me gather these materials, Martial Ant. Good. She quickly nodded in agreement. A short while later, Yang Kai handed a list of resources to Feng Ying and asked her to procure them for him. This was not a difficult task for her. Blue Sky Pass had its own storehouse, which contained large amounts of cultivation resources and other materials. Most of the items that Yang Kai needed could be found there. Nevertheless, she would need to inform Zhongliang and the others regarding this matter and obtain their permission to proceed before she could enter the storehouse to retrieve the corresponding resources. Upon learning that Yang Kai was not only capable of preparing a universe array but was also planning to set one up inside the cabin of the purification ship, Zhongliang could be said to be both surprised and delighted. Only less than half a year had passed since Yang Kai first arrived at Blue Sky Pass, but he had brought about numerous miracles in that short time. The biggest surprise was his means to dispel and purify Black Ink strength. Other than that, he also worked with Donghua and Ping and the others to create a warship that was suitable for a large-scale expedition. In addition, he was planning to prepare the universe array in said warship. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was only natural that Zhongliang could see the endless prospects for this method. Needless to say, Zhongliang was in full support of the idea. He also gave Feng Ying nearly unlimited authority so that she was free to choose from the resources stored within the storehouse. In short, he was willing to cooperate with Yang Kai completely. With the required resources in hand, Yang Kai plunged right into work inside the cabin. Arranging a universe array was undoubtedly much harder than setting up a simple space array. Although the nature of both spirit arrays was essentially the same, the universe array was ultimately more profound compared to a space array. Not to mention, the layout of the universe array was subjected to certain restrictions due to the limited space within the cabin. The universe temples that Yang Kai previously constructed in the new Great Territory were not small in size. Now that he had to operate the universe array in a limited space, it became necessary for him to make some minor changes to its array chart. Yang Kai was busy for 2 whole months. During this period, he made several major changes through repeated trial and error before he finally completed his task. It was fortunate that the ship already contained large amounts of the purifying light, so when those corroded by Black Ink strength came over, he had no need to treat them personally. Otherwise, his task would have taken even more time to complete. Afterwards, Feng Ying personally tested and confirmed that the universe array was functional. Zhongliang couldn't help being overjoyed when he received the report on this matter. Following a delay of 2 months, Dong Guoranping also delivered the first newly constructed warship. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken at least half a year for Blue Sky Pass to construct a brand new warship. That was not something that could be refined carelessly after all. The construction of a warship not only required a large amount of manpower, but also an extremely skilled artifact refiner to oversee the process. It was just that Dong Guoranping knew the importance of this project. The war was raging fiercely, and the sooner they completed this project, the bigger the role the warship could play for the human race. For that reason, he had mobilized the elite disciples of Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven from various places and assembled a workforce of over 100 people. That was how they constructed a brand new warship in the short span of 2 months. The warship was brought to the central square, and Yang Kai immediately entered the cabin. He did not begin filling it with purifying light immediately and chose to arrange the universe array first. It was not until he finished preparing the universe array that he sealed a massive amount of purifying light inside its hull. Another month later, this new warship was ready for the defense lines of the Eastern Army. In the end, Zhongliang and the others ultimately agreed to give the first warship to Ding Yao. It was not because they could not compete with him for it, but because the battle on the Eastern Army side was indeed the most intense. The other 3 army commanders couldn't be bothered to squabble over such trivial matters either. Since Ding Yao came forward in person to make the request, it was only right for them to show him some respect. Naturally, the most important reason was that each army would soon obtain a new warship of their own, so there was no need for them to quarrel among themselves. For both Yang Kai and Dong Guoranping, constructing these new warships was equivalent to traversing a familiar path. Hence, they could take advantage of parallel production to speed up the process. Half a year passed by in the blink of an eye, and all 3 others' armies gained their own Purifying Black Ink battleship. Purifying Black Ink battleship was the class designation Dong Guoranping had given this special warship. The name soon spread far and wide, receiving the recognition of the public. The 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships were stationed at the rear of the 4 armies. Anyone corroded by black ink strength could be rescued immediately, so it was much more convenient compared to in the past. Thanks to these 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships, the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan became even more intense. Meanwhile, in the central square, Yang Kai suddenly had nothing to do. It used to be very lively here. At least a dozen infected people used to come to ask for help every single day. However, ever since the 4 Purifying Black Ink battleships were introduced, nobody came to visit this place anymore. Even if they were corrupted by black ink strength, there was no need for them to come here or for Yang Kai to take action in person either. Each of the Purifying Black Ink battleships contained enough purifying light for 2,000 people to use. Therefore, there was enough to last for a long time. After spending so much time and energy, Yang Kai finally reached his goal. It was time for him to focus on his own affairs now. On the deck of the original Purifying Black Ink battleship, Feng Ying was cultivating with her eyes closed when a figure appeared in a flash before her. Yang Kai had teleported out of the cabin. She opened her eyes to look at him. Although nobody came looking for help during this period, Yang Kai had remained extremely busy. She did not know what he had been working on. She had asked once, but he had not replied to her question. Thus, she did not ask further questions. At this moment, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. Martial Ant, I've made some adjustments to the universe array. I don't know what kind of effect there will be, so I'm going to test it out. Good. She nodded lightly without doubting him. When he was testing the effects of the universe array, he had also personally taken on the task. His reasoning was that it would be easier for him to discover any issues if he performed the tests himself. It would indeed be somewhat inconvenient to leave such tasks to other people. Therefore, Feng Ying had no reason to feel suspicious about how he planned to test the universe array himself. Since Yang Kai planned to test the effects of the universe array, it stood to reason that he could not experiment from nearby. He had to go much further for the experiment to be effective. Once he was out of Feng Ying's sight, Yang Kai spun around and rushed towards one of Blue Sky Pass' main gates. During this period, he had investigated quite a lot about the situation at Blue Sky Pass. Hence, he was not unfamiliar with the route. Not long after he left, Xianxia saw many people up ahead of him. It was very lively here with a warship moored in a small docking area, and cultivators dressed in the uniforms of the divine cauldron heaven working on it. A series of clanging sounds came from within the large ship, occasionally accompanied by flashing lights. The warship had clearly been in battle as its hull had been damaged. There were several other similar warships in the docking bay, and several hundred people were scattered around the area. They sat down cross-legged in small groups, each silently circulating their secret arts to recover their strength. Xianxia observed the scene before him, vaguely guessing that these people were those who had just withdrawn from the battlefield. During this period, he had gleaned a lot of information from Fengying and gained a rough understanding of the situation in Blue Sky Pass. Although he had not experienced the fighting for himself, he had no trouble understanding the situation when he saw it. His sudden arrival did not attract much attention. To these people, time to rest was extremely precious and should not be wasted frivolously. Besides, there were many people coming and going from this area, which provided a great cover for him. Looking around, Xianxia discovered that the main gate was shrouded by a barrier and guarded by several elites. They would not release the barrier easily without an explicit order. The sight made him frown slightly. He originally planned to sneak out of the Great Pass, but it would seem that his plans were not feasible. There was no way for him to leave as long as the barriers around Blue Sky Pass remained sealed. Turning his head to look around him, Xianxia decided to wait and see what happened. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged, pretending to be adjusting his breathing. Truthfully, he was feeling extremely anxious inside. This was a rare opportunity, and if he failed, he would never be able to leave Blue Sky Pass again. Luckily, fortune seemed to be on his side. After waiting for less than an incense stick worth of time, the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven disciples in charge of repairing a certain warship had apparently completed their repairs. A Seventh Order master immediately leaped onto the ship and activated it to check its condition. Once he confirmed that there were no problems with the ship, he yelled loudly, "Mountain Battalion, get on board!" As soon as the words left his mouth, 100 people stood up in a flurry and flew towards the ship. Xianxia quickly grasped the opportunity at hand. He hurriedly stood up and followed the large batch of people onto the ship. The Seventh Order master swept his gaze over the people on the ship and nodded lightly. Then, he turned to look in a certain direction, cupped his fist and shouted in a clear voice, "Western Army Right Wing 4th Division Mountain Battalion is prepared to sortie. We request permission to depart for battle." A guard glanced over from the top of the inner wall, and Xianxia quickly hid behind the crowd to conceal himself. This couldn't be helped. The person he saw was one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders who arrived at the conference hall when Zhongliang convened all the higher-ups. Although Xianxia didn't know his name, if he encountered this master, he would undoubtedly be identified. He would never want to be caught sneaking out. With a solemn expression, the 8th Order Division commander said, "Launch!" The shield opened at his command, allowing the warship to slowly set sail. The moment they sailed out of Blue Sky Pass, the atmosphere turned chilly immediately. Xianxia, who was standing on the deck, peered upward and noticed a massive void. Numerous warships scurried back and forth, and occasionally, a profound light erupted from their weapon ports, blasting towards the Black Ink Clan's army. There were 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had profound cultivations out on the battlefield battling against the Black Ink Clan. Black ink clouds of all sizes were dispersed around the battlefield, forming something akin to an ocean of murky darkness. The battlefield was also littered with shattered spirit provinces. The black ink clouds were composed of black ink strength that escaped and condensed after the death of a black ink clansman. And undoubtedly, the shattered spirit provinces were pieces of small universes that had been left behind after the death of high-rank open heaven masters. Some might even be pieces of small universes which the high-rank masters sacrificed during battle. Explosions and screams of death rang out as fresh blood dyed the void red and black, and every now and then, powerful life auras would disappear. This battlefield was where countless Black Ink clan members and humans were buried. The number of masters from both sides who had passed away here throughout the war was unknown. Yang Kai's blood steadily boiled as he saw the sight in front of him, and a raging fighting spirit began to rise in his chest. He desperately wanted to rush to the Black Ink clan army and fight to the death. But he was also aware of the limitations of his ability on such battlefields, no matter how powerful he may be. The two races were at odds with one another, and this war involved countless lives. Even the 8th Order Division commanders would not survive charging into the enemy's army all alone, not to mention a mere Yang Kai. Additionally, he had his own purpose this time when he snuck out. He wanted to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. His cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the 6th Order for many years now. For the time being, secluded retreat appeared useless. There was now only one option left, and that was to seek an opportunity to break his own shackles during a juncture of life and death. Yang Kai had long intended to do this, and the ongoing war gave him the ideal opportunity. He was aware that it was impossible for those overseeing Blue Sky Pass to let him accomplish this, though. No one would be concerned if he was simply a typical 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The life or death of an average 6th Order Master wasn't of much concern, as there were literally thousands of other 6th Order Masters in the Inner Sanctum. Everyone had been in a brutal battle with the Black Ink clan, and only those with enough strength and good fortune survived. Yang Kai had brought the purifying light with him, and was capable of arranging universe arrays. There was no doubt that it was a waste of talent now that she could only tightly protect Yang Kai, but it was still an important and essential duty. Zhong Liang even wanted to assign an 8th Order Master to protect Yang Kai, but that was impossible, so a 7th Order Master was the next best choice, and Feng Ying was the best option. This alone showed how much importance Zhong Liang attached to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai told him that he wanted to go to the battlefield and look for a chance to break through by risking his life, Zhong Liang would definitely disagree. Not only would he disagree, he would even ask Feng Ying to keep a closer eye on Yang Kai and prevent him from entering the battlefield. If Yang Kai was killed, the cost to the human race would be too high. After all, he was just a 6th Order junior, meaning his strength wasn't particularly high. Countless 6th Order Masters had died on this battlefield, as one tiny mistake could spell death. Because of this, Yang Kai kept his desire to join the battle a secret from the beginning, and even Feng Ying, who had been with him for 6 months, failed to notice any such signs. After waiting for so long, Yang Kai finally found a good opportunity. If he succeeded, he would become a 7th Order Master. If not, he would have to cultivate patiently in the future and simply wait for an opportunity to break through to come. However, before leaving, Yang Kai still waited until the 4 purifying Black Ink battleships were delivered, so that even if anything went wrong in the battle, the purifying Black Ink battleships in Blue Sky Pass side could last for a while, enough to support everyone until the end of the current battle at least. If he was still in the 3000 worlds, Yang Kai might not be this anxious. But this was the Black Ink battlefield. The stronger he was, the higher his chances of survival. The 6th Order was too weak, while the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was barely enough, so he had to give it a try. Yang Kai went without leaving even a space beacon for himself in order to prevent himself from having an escape route, thus increasing the pressure he felt. He did all this only to improve the chances of him making a life-or-death breakthrough. The Western Army Right Wing 4th Division Mountain Battalion was a unit under Zhong Liang's command. Each army had a total strength of around 8,000 troops with 15 divisions in total, each of which had 8 or so battalions. The Eastern Army was currently engaged in the fiercest combat, while the Western Army was somewhat better off. The Black Ink clan army had attacked frequently in the West, but had been repelled each time. They had left many dead bodies after those battles, but they were evidently unconcerned about them. Yang Kai, who had spent the 2 years residing in the Black Ink clan's hinterland, knew that the Black Ink nest served as the Black Ink clan's foundation. The Black Ink clan would continue to exist so long as the Black Ink nests remained standing. Although the Black Ink clan's casualties were not small, they weren't sufficient to force the enemy to retreat either. The Western Army's defense line was constructed in the void, some 10,000 kilometers from Blue Sky Pass. This was where warships laid out a tightly defended barrier that would never be broken through by the Black Ink clan. The warship of the Mountain Battalion was only a few thousand kilometers away from its destination and sailed swiftly, so it arrived at the battleground soon after it departed Blue Sky Pass. The Seventh Order Master at the prow of the warship should be the Mountain Battalion's commander, and with his menacing gaze and deep voice, he ordered, "Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy." When that was said, the 100 or so members of Mountain Battalion immediately got busy, each of them performing their own duties. Xianxia was suddenly caught off guard and didn't know what to do. He was able to board this ship, but he was unaware of Mountain Battalion's distribution of duties. With no other choice, Xianxia followed a random pair of people to the deck after realizing that everyone else had gone to their respective positions to prepare to repel the enemy. It wasn't that no one saw him when he followed everyone on the boat earlier, but rather that those who saw him didn't seem to pay much attention to him. After all, it wasn't odd for people to be transferred around when manpower needed to be replenished. Those who were unfamiliar with Xianxia automatically viewed him as a newcomer. Who would have thought that at this moment he met someone who knew him? As the words fell, Xianxia raised his head and became speechless. The man in front of him looked familiar, and although Xianxia didn't know his name, it was certain that he was someone who he had treated before. Before the advent of the purifying black ink battleships, there were at least hundreds of people treated by Xianxia personally. Each of these people was grateful to him and made a point of remembering his face, even if Xianxia didn't remember their names. Xianxia had been afraid of encountering such a situation, but he also knew that there was no way to avoid it. He had saved so many people after all, and being exposed was basically inevitable. What happened? The battalion commander turned his head towards them and immediately saw an unfamiliar face. He stared at Xianxia and frowned vigilantly. "Who are you?" The person who knew Xianxia said, "Sir, this is Senior Brother Yang." While hastily cupping his fist, the battalion commander raised his brow. Despite not having returned to the inner sanctum to meet Xianxia personally, he had lately heard the name a lot and asked in shock, "That Xianxia?" The person who replied nodded quickly. "Indeed." The battalion commander was immediately shocked and asked, "Why are you here?" If this was the Xianxia he had heard of, he should be in inner sanctum at the moment, so how did he get on his ship? He hadn't received orders to replace any lost manpower as the Mountain Battalion was currently at full strength. Furthermore, even if manpower had to be replaced, Xianxia would never have been deployed to the battlefield. The battalion commander understood the significance of Xianxia when he learned about his extraordinary methods. It only made sense for such a valuable asset to be well protected. How could Xianxia be sent to the front lines? It was no small matter that Xianxia actually appeared on his ship. Xianxia quickly thought of an excuse, cupped his hand, and murmured, "Sir, I was ordered by the army commander to perform a secret mission. Traveling with you is mainly to conceal my involvement." A secret mission? The battalion commander frowned, wondering what secret mission actually required this man to visit the battlefield in person. He had also heard that, in order to ensure this man's safety, Army Commander Zhong had entrusted Feng Ying to remain at his side at all times. However, after screening his surroundings, he could find no sign of Feng Ying. The battalion commander was no fool, so it was obvious to him that there was something wrong with this matter. However, now that his ship had already arrived on the battlefield, and the front line was in urgent need of support, he couldn't just turn back because of some small doubt. Without asking more, the battalion commander nodded lightly and said, "If that's the case, you can do what you need to." "Many thanks, sir." Xianxia cupped his fist thanking him, turned his head, and spoke a few words to the two men who had first noticed him. When the battalion commander saw this, he tilted his head slightly and ordered another Seventh Order Master under his command in a stern voice, "Go back and ask the army commander what is happening here." He sensed that something was off, and since the issue involved Xianxia, he had to inform Zhong Liang and ask for instructions. Naturally, he had no reason to believe Xianxia was acting maliciously, as this man would never do something to harm the human race after saving so many of them already. "Yes." The Seventh Order Master responded and took out a communication artifact. Back in the inner sanctum, Feng Ying stood up and scowled as she scanned the area around the prototype purifying black ink battleship. Xianxia said that he had made some changes to the universe array and needed to run some tests, but even after waiting here for half an hour, he had yet to return. As a result, She became doubtful and wondered if he had perhaps already returned. This was not impossible, for even the prototype purifying black ink battleship was equipped with a universe array. If Yang Kai really came back, he would be inside the cabin. With that in mind, Feng Yin teleported in through the space array on the deck. However, all she could see was white in the cabin. The gentle purifying light flowed around her body like warm water, but there was no sign of Yang Kai in this empty space. He obviously had not returned. Feng Yin left the cabin, now more suspicion than ever. She was perplexed when she unexpectedly noticed a stream of light that had abruptly fallen on the deck from a distance. She fixed her eyes upon him and hurriedly bowed. "Martial Uncle Zhong." The person who came was Zhong Liang. "Where is Yang Kai?" Zhong Liang questioned nervously with an ashen face. Feng Yin replied. "He said that he made some modifications to the universe array and needed to test it out, so he left." "How long has he been gone?" Zhong Liang's expression sank. "Less than an hour." As soon as she said that, Feng Yin understood that something was off. Similar experiments were conducted by Yang Kai in the past, but each time he returned quite quickly. He was experimenting with the universe array after all, so all he needed to do was to distance himself a little from here and perform the universe transference law to return. How was it even possible for him to take this long this time? The inner sanctum had nothing to delay him either. "Damn it! It really is him!" Zhong Liang exclaimed. He had hurried back from the front line immediately to investigate the matter himself as soon as he received a message from the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, wondering whether there had been a mistake. After all, why would Yang Kai suddenly sneak out? But after he arrived here, he realized that there was no mistake. Yang Kai had indeed snuck out. Upon hearing that, Feng Yin asked, "Martial Uncle, is something wrong?" Zhong Liang ground his teeth in frustration for a moment before sighing in exasperation and muttering, "That brat went out to the battlefield." "What?" Feng Yin was shocked when she heard his words. "Why would he go out to the battlefield?" "How would I know?" Zhong Liang looked over at the main gate, worried. "I hope we're not too late." After receiving the call from the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, Zhong Liang rushed to the inner sanctum to investigate the matter while also ordering Mountain Battalion to turn back. Before making sure whether the person was Yang Kai, he preferred to err on the side of caution. However, the battlefield was always in chaos, and Zhong Liang was unsure if the Mountain Battalion would be able to carry out his orders. After all, returning from the front lines was not always simple. If they were surrounded by the Black Ink Clan army, they would have to kill their way out. Feng Yin stood there dumbfounded. Yang Kai actually entered the battlefield. What did this brat intend to do? Furthermore, he didn't even let her know beforehand. It was just truly absurd. Feng Yin followed closely behind. Zhong Liang had assigned her to protect Yang Kai at all times, but the latter had deceived her and escaped. She needed to be responsible for this. No. Feng Yin shook her head. She was also perplexed by this series of events, but it was clear that Yang Kai had planned this whole thing out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to lie and claim that he wanted to go test the universe array to get past the gates. "Has there been anything unusual about his recent behavior?" Zhong Liang asked again. Feng Yin responded in shock. "Martial Uncle, are you suspecting that he has the ability to cleanse and remove black ink strength, and he has a world spring. He has helped thousands over these past few months, and he led the effort to build the purifying black ink battleships, which is of great significance to us. I don't think it's possible to doubt his loyalty. He should not intend any harm by his action towards Blue Sky Pass or the human race. I simply don't understand why he had to quietly leave. You spent months with him. Didn't you notice anything?" Suddenly recalling something, Feng Yin scowled. "Martial Uncle, if I'm not mistaken, he is trying to break through to the 7th Order." "What?" When he initially arrived at Blue Sky Pass, he inquired about advancing to the 7th Order. Later, after treating several 7th Order masters, he would ask them about their breakthrough experiences. I asked whether he was getting ready for his own breakthrough, and he frankly admitted that he had reached the peak of the 6th Order and was just looking for an opportunity to reach the 7th Order. You are also aware that advancing to the 7th Order is different for everyone. There are some who retreat to cultivate in seclusions, there are some who have accumulated over a long period of time and simply break through naturally, and then there are those who break through in life-or-death crises in battle. Yang Kai said that he tried entering retreat, but failed. He also said only the heavens would know when he would succeed using the accumulation method. Since these two methods are useless to him, I'm afraid that he wants to try using the last one to make a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have to go to the battlefield at a moment like this. When Zhong Liang heard the words, his face twitched. That must be it. Judging by his actions, that brat must have had this idea for a long time now. He also understood that Blue Sky Pass placed an extremely high value on his own existence. Therefore, he had to sneak out because he knew that they would never allow him to go to the battlefield. After working hard to build the purifying black ink battleships and leaving enough purifying light to support the 4 armies for this war though, Yang Kai clearly decided it was his chance to go out and seek battle. As he began to understand this, Zhong Liang suddenly thought of something and gasped, "Oh no! What's wrong, Martial Uncle? That brat is probably mentally prepared to not return. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to leave so much purifying light behind. He's made up his mind to succeed or die trying, and cut off all responsibilities to ensure he doesn't hesitate." Zhong Liang replied with an ashen expression. Feng Ying's heart clenched. If this was the case, then she would surely be punished for failing her duties, because she didn't even notice the signs despite being with Yang Kai for such a long time. Zhong Liang abruptly halted their conversation and pulled out a communication artifact. After swiftly exchanging a few messages, he cursed, "That little bastard!" Feng Ying turned to look at him. Zhong Liang ground his teeth and said, "That brat is too slippery." He must have realized that Mountain Battalion was suspicious of him, so he actually escaped from their warship before it could retreat. Mountain Battalion currently can't locate him either. Ah! Feng Ying's face suddenly paled. Yang Kai was just a 6th-order cultivator, yet he plunged into the battlefield alone. He would definitely be in grave danger if he did not receive support soon. "I'll tan that boy's hide red once I drag him back," Zhong Liang angrily roared. Yang Kai knew that he was vital to the human race as a whole, yet he dared to take such a risk. How would he explain to the old ancestor if anything happened to him? The old ancestor was still recovering in retreat, totally unaware of Yang Kai's existence. But this incident would definitely have to be reported to him afterward. Zhong Liang would also be blamed if the key to victory for the entire human race over the Black Ink clan encountered an accident right under his nose. At the very least, he would be stripped of his position as the Western Army's commander. Martial Uncle Yang Kai, he's not weak. Having worked with Yang Kai to fight their way back from the Black Ink clan's domain, Feng Ying knew that Yang Kai's strength was far beyond that of a typical 6th-order master, and he could even assume his Grand Dragon form, which put him on par with a 7th-order master. It makes no difference how powerful he is. How could one man stand against the Black Ink clan army? Even 7th-order and 8th-order masters perished on the battlefield, not to mention Yang Kai, a junior in the 6th order. Zhong Liang also knew about Yang Kai's ability to transform into a Grand Dragon, which at the time would give him 7th-order strength. However, Yang Kai wanted to seize this chance to break through in a life-and-death struggle, so he would certainly not use his Dragon Clan strength, as doing so would become a mental crutch, leaving no possibility for him to use this method to achieve a breakthrough again in the future. Zhong Liang was now merely praying that Yang Kai would not approach the Black Ink clan army's core or show off his Purifying Light secret technique. The last time Yang Kai used Purifying Light offensively, he instantly injured a Black Ink territory lord, giving Feng Ying an opportunity to kill him. The Black Ink clan wouldn't think too much of it if it was only used once. But if Purifying Light was used repeatedly, the Black Ink clan would eventually become aware that it was the nemesis of their Black Ink strength. Once they realized that, they would spare no effort to eliminate Yang Kai and would almost certainly succeed. The Black Ink clan would take whatever necessary measures to execute Yang Kai. The both of them had hurried out of Blue Sky Pass while they were conversing, but once they were outside, all they saw was the raging battle between the two races, with thousands of figures flying about everywhere. How were they to locate Yang Kai in this tangled mess? Zhong Liang's expression turned dark, and he quickly sent out a message. Meanwhile, aboard the warship belonging to the 4th Division Mountain Battalion on the front lines of the battlefield, the battalion commander frowned. After rushing out to the battlefield to confront the Black Ink Clan, Xianxia used the excuse of performing his secret mission to open the ship's shields and instantly escape. Naturally taken by surprise, Mountain Battalion hastily closed the shield to stop any Black Ink strength on the battlefield from flowing in. The battalion commander also received an order from the 4th Division's commander shortly after, asking him to keep Xianxia under strict supervision for the time being and immediately return to the inner sanctum. But this message was received too late. Xianxia had already left and was nowhere to be seen. There was no other option than to report this issue. As a result, the division commander reprimanded him severely, which aggrieved the 7th Order Battalion commander. Full of grievances and nowhere to vent, he could only let it out on the Black Ink Clan. The warship shuttled back and forth, beams of light blasting out as they rammed into the Black Ink Clan army, killing many as they went. Soon after, a group of 7th Order masters from the battalion leapt out of the ship, activated their secret techniques and artifacts, and cut a swath through the surrounding enemies. This was how the human race and Black Ink Clan fought. 7th Order masters were free to enter the battlefield at their own discretion, while those below the 7th Order had to rely on the might of their warships. Both battalions and squads worked in this fashion to attack and defend on the battlefield. Meaning, elsewhere on the battlefield, Xianxia wielded his Azure Dragon spear recklessly, slaughtering Black Ink clansmen wherever he went. One reason he was currently invincible against his opponent was due to his own strength, but the more important point was that strength of those in the Black Ink Clan army was really quite diverse, with many Black Ink clansmen simply being too weak for Xianxia to have any trouble with. This was much unlike the Cave Heavens and Paradises, who only sent 6th Order masters or above to the Black Ink battlefield. In fact, the only reason there were 5th Order human masters present at all is because their cultivation had regressed from the 6th Order after they repeatedly sacrificed parts of their small universes. The Black Ink Clan was different. Anyone from their army could freely roam the battlefield. There were the territory lords and feudal lords, who were the strongest in the Black Ink Clan besides the royal lords, but there were also Black Ink clansmen who were only as strong as 1st Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators. How could such weaklings be Xianxia's opponent? Therefore, even though there was a huge disparity in numbers between the two clans, with the Black Ink Clan army always being many times larger than the human race army, the latter had not yet been defeated. Each time, the Black Ink Clan army would be forced to retreat. With their army diminished, they had to return to their territory to recover, and then made a comeback after dozens or hundreds of years. Thus, the cycle repeated. World force shook wherever Xianxia's spear passed, and several Black Ink clansmen would die. The death of each Black Ink clansman would cause Black Ink strength to leak out, which would condense on the battlefield, eventually forming Black Ink clouds. Black Ink clouds would not do any harm to the Black Ink Clan. In fact, they provided them with a tactical advantage as they served as both a form of protection and deterrent. Before Xianxia came to Blue Sky Pass, the human masters would normally avoid the Black Ink clouds on the battlefield, both to avoid being ambushed and to avoid being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. This sort of ambush happened quite frequently on the battlefield, as the Black Ink Clan would often attack passing humans while sheltering in the Black Ink clouds. However, after the arrival of Xianxia and his purifying light secret technique became well known, the human masters became unconcerned with the Black Ink clouds. When a Black Ink clansman was injured in the past, he would look for a way to flee into nearby Black Ink clouds in order to survive, as no human would have the audacity to follow him in. But things had changed now. Even if they took cover inside the Black Ink clouds, the human race masters would still pursue and attack, catching many Black Ink clansmen off guard and increasing the number of their losses greatly. The Black Ink Clan was also confused by this sudden change and couldn't understand why the humans from Blue Sky Pass had suddenly become so aggressive. As Xianxia fought, attacking all the enemies he encountered, he saw a group of human masters fighting nearby. These masters were all in the 7th Order, as only such masters could effectively play a role without the protection of a warship. He had arrived here immediately after rushing out of the Mountain Battalion's warship and received little attention from these nearby 7th Order masters, as they were all engaged in battle and could not spare him too much thought at the moment. If one was careless in this place, they could end up dead, so who would not focus all their attention on the enemies in front of them? However, the Seventh Order Masters in the area soon took notice of Yang Kai. This was unavoidable though, as it was clear from Yang Kai's aura that he was the only Sixth Order. It was not that Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not appear on the battlefield, but in most cases when they did, it indicated that a warship had been destroyed, exposing the Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Masters who were sheltering inside it. So, after realizing Yang Kai's cultivation, the Seventh Order Masters assumed that he belonged to that scenario and began to move to protect him. However, the Seventh Order Masters were a little taken aback when they witnessed the might of Yang Kai's spear thrusts. No ordinary Sixth Order Master could possess such strength. There were a total of 4 Seventh Order Masters close to Yang Kai. The leader of this small group seemed to be an elderly man, as his cultivation was clearly the strongest of the 4. As for the other 3 masters, they were a lanky middle-aged man, a young man who appeared to be around Yang Kai's age, and a beautiful woman. These 4 masters and the warship which was accompanying them must have belonged to a certain battalion. Yang Kai, who was already familiar with the distribution of forces in Blue Sky Pass, quickly determined this. "Little brother, which battalion are you from? Why did you come here?" The lanky middle-aged man slashed out a shocking sword wave, dispersing the Black Ink Clan army in front of him and giving him a moment to ask Yang Kai amidst the chaos. 4th Division Mountain Battalion, he simply said. Technically, he wasn't lying, as he indeed came out of Blue Sky Pass with the 4th Division Mountain Battalion. The middle-aged man sighed, subconsciously believing that the 4th Division Mountain Battalion's warship had been destroyed. Due to this, the boy in front of him was forced onto the battlefield alone. So he said, "Get back on board. You're not qualified to be out here." Coincidentally, their battalion's warship was coming up on them. Although Yang Kai did not belong to their battalion, they were all fighting for the same cause. Therefore, taking him aboard their ship was not an issue. Yang Kai turned to look at this man, raised his spear, and began condensing a scorching power which filled the surrounding void. The cry of the golden crow rang out as a great sun appeared. The surrounding void was suddenly illuminated as this great sun rose. The golden crow cried out ecstatically as it circled around the great sun. The great sun perched itself atop the long spear, and Yang Kai thrust it out into a nearby mass of Black Ink clansmen. A massive halo suddenly erupted within the Black Ink Clan army and ignited a region 1,000 kilometers in radius. The blazing force of the light blanketed the landscape. The space itself began warping under the force. A great number of Black Ink clansmen yelled and wailed before disintegrating into ash under the light of the great sun. With a single strike, at least 10,000 Black Ink clansmen were obliterated. The nearby old man's brow rose as he and the young man looked at Yang Kai in great shock, while the beautiful woman exclaimed, "Divine manifestation?" They had witnessed the great sun's brilliance, and they knew that it was no ordinary divine ability or secret technique. It was undoubtedly a divine manifestation. But how could a Sixth Order Master have a divine manifestation? How was that possible? The 4 of them almost thought they had seen wrong. Only Seventh Order Masters were capable of using divine manifestations, and not every Seventh Order Master had comprehended one. Despite the fact that all 4 of them were Seventh Order Masters, only the old man and the middle-aged man who spoke to Yang Kai just now had their own divine manifestations. The other 2 had yet to fully comprehend one. The young man and the lovely woman exchanged glances as they both noticed the astonishment in each other's eyes and simultaneously felt somewhat ashamed. Unlike the 2 of them, this Sixth Order Junior could cast a divine manifestation, which was simply unprecedented in their opinion. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, his message was clear as he cast a quick glance at the middle-aged man who spoke to him earlier on. "Though I'm an order lower than you, I'm not that weak. There's no need for me to fall back." The middle-aged man instantly understood as he grinned, though his brow twitched slightly as he spoke. "Since that's the case, do as you please. Just be careful, kid. On the battlefield, you can only rely on yourself. Don't count on anyone saving you if you find yourself in trouble." With that said, he refocused his attention on his own battle. Although the great sun eliminated a large number of enemies, the Black Ink clans soon regrouped. These enemies, surrounding by black ink strength, seemed almost inexhaustible. Back near Blue Sky Pass defense line, Zhongliang and Feng strained their eyes as they scanned the battlefield. As a result, Zhongliang had gotten no useful information up to this point. He only knew that after Yang Kai escaped the 4th Division Mountain Battalion, he flew off into the battlefield alone. Nobody knew his whereabouts now. Suddenly, somewhere out on the battlefield several tens of thousands of kilometers away, a distinctive explosion of light occurred. Zhong Liang's expression changed as he immediately looked over. He remembered the first time he saw Yang Kai casting purifying light on the battlefield. The bright and pure white light was a sight never before seen in this war. With the eruption of that white light, the Black Ink Territory Lord who battled against Zhongliang was badly injured and subsequently killed by Feng Ying. Right now, what caught their eyes was not a pure white light though, but a dazzling orange-red light like a small sun. Zhongliang felt both relieved and disappointed. He was relieved that it wasn't the purifying light, as he was concerned that Yang Kai might reveal it again in the heat of battle. It would be too obvious that it could suppress the Black Ink Clan once that happened, and the leaders of the Black Ink Clan wouldn't naturally not ignore such a threat, putting Yang Kai into a risky position. However, he was disappointed as it didn't provide any clues about Yang Kai's whereabouts. On the other hand, Feng Ying's eyes lit up as she shouted, "Martial Uncle, over there!" She pointed to where the little sun erupted. That was created by Yang Kai? Zhong Liang frowned. Golden Crow casts the sun. That's his divine manifestation, Feng Ying said, nodding. Divine manifestation? He has a divine manifestation. Although it is unbelievable, he does. I saw him use it once as we were making our way back here, Feng Ying confirmed. Due to this event, Feng Ying was able to locate Yang Kai, making it a stroke of luck in this chaotic battlefield. Zhong Liang gaped, unsure what to say. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master possessed a divine manifestation? This was something never heard of or seen before. What sort of heaven-defying aptitude did it require for Yang Kai to possess a divine manifestation in the 6th Order? But the words came from Feng Ying, so it shouldn't be a mistake. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhong Liang raged. Well, you never asked. Everyone was drawn to Yang Kai's purifying light when he arrived at Blue Sky Pass. They knew he had mastered the means of restraining black ink strength and thus had great hopes for this method. Who would have paid attention to Yang Kai's own strengths and aptitude at that point? Forget about if Yang Kai was a heaven-defying talent. Even if he was a mediocre individual, purifying light was all that was necessary to make him critical to the human race and someone who had to be protected at all cost. Adjutant! Zhong Liang abruptly yelled. A 7th Order Open Heaven young woman rushed over, cupped her fist, and shouted, Sir! What's the situation with the Eastern, Northern, and Southern armies? Zhong Liang asked anxiously. The woman quickly replied, The 3 army commanders have responded and agreed to cooperate with the operations here. Good. It appears that they are also aware of the severity of the situation and will not be a hindrance. Zhong Liang replied solemnly. Pass down my order. With the reinforcements from the other 3 armies, we will launch a full offensive. The 4 armies of Blue Sky Pass were organized into 4 defensive lines. This was a traditional formation that had not changed in hundreds of thousands of years. There were of course instances where one army would require help from another, but in general each army functioned separately in order to hold their own defense line and repel the Black Ink Clan. This time, however, in order to save Yang Kai from the chaotic battlefield, Zhong Liang couldn't care less. So, he notified Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shin Tumo to send some of their forces here to assist him so he could bring Yang Kai back. The other army commanders were shocked when they heard the news. They cursed Yang Kai for being so foolish to sneak out to the battlefield. Worse, no one knew where he was or even whether he was still alive or not. Still, as the only user of purifying light, his existence was critical to the entire Blue Sky Pass and even the human race as a whole. He could not be allowed to die. The other 3 army commanders severely reprimanded Zhong Liang as they responded to him, blaming him for his lack of supervision. They then immediately made adjustments to their forces to send a portion of them back to the inner sanctum so that they could rush from there to the Western Army defense line to rescue Yang Kai, who was on the Western Army's battlefield. This was the safest option. Otherwise, it would be too tough for reinforcements from the three armies to fight their way to the Western Front. There were always more than 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, and each army contained around 8,000 each. The size of the force was more than enough to deal with the Black Ink Clan's siege, but as a result of the army being split up, the battle at the other three fronts grew increasingly tense. The three army commanders did not hesitate to send around 30% of their forces to provide reinforcements, which essentially doubled the amount of troops there were on the Western Front. These masters, who had returned, were presently gathered in Blue Sky Pass main square. The mission was unknown to them, but each division commanders had already been given instructions. Do whatever it takes to locate Yang Kai on the battlefield and ensure that he is brought back safely. In the meantime, the Eastern, Southern, and Northern armies all gave up on their advantages on the battlefield and pulled back to the area around Blue Sky Pass. By shrinking their outer perimeter, they ensured that even with fewer forces, they could hold the line, especially with the assistance of Blue Sky Pass' own defensive armaments. However, this mission had to be completed quickly to avoid any accidents taking place. The Black Ink Clan saw what happened, and the territory lords in charge of the Black Ink Clan army were perplexed by this. They had no idea why the human forces had abruptly reduced by so much. However, given this opportunity, they would undoubtedly make the most of it. In mere moments, Blue Sky Pass was tightly surrounded on three fronts. As for the Western Army, Zhong Liang, who had already ascertained Yang Kai's whereabouts, instantly killed his way out of the inner sanctum, directing Feng Ying in that direction. But, as soon as Zhong Liang emerged, he was met by a Black Ink clansman with a powerful aura. The tall and imposing figure was obviously a territory lord with immense Black Ink strength. Because Zhong Liang foresaw this scenario, he had borrowed men from the other three armies. The lethality and deterrent of Eighth Order Masters was outstanding on the battlefield, so the territory lords would obviously not remain silent once such a master appeared. Those with weaker cultivations would have no means to intervene in a battle between such powerhouses. Similarly, the Eighth Order Masters on the human side would do the same once a territory lord was sent out by the Black Ink Clan. The two parties had essentially come to an unspoken agreement about such things after battling for so long. Feng Ying nodded. Though she had killed a territory lord once before, that was only because that territory lord was already seriously exhausted and injured, and had been further wounded by Yang Kai's purifying light. If she really encountered a territory lord herself, she would definitely not be his opponent. Furthermore, she had something more important to do, which was to bring Yang Kai back safely. As soon as the two masters clashed, a radius of several thousand kilometers around them was evacuated as neither side dared to approach them. This was a battlefield solely for the two of them. Warships and masters surged towards the Black Ink Clan's lines as a dozen Eighth Order masters also rushed out from behind the surging Western Army. The humans became increasingly aggressive, stunning the Black Ink Clan. For many months now, the humans had been entirely on the defensive and never launched counterattacks unless they had a decisive advantage. This was certainly not the situation right now, though, so the Black Ink Clan were quite confused about the human masters' thinking. The Black Ink Clan still responded swiftly when they noticed several division commanders being sent out against them. Territory lords from the Black Ink Clan's rear appeared one after another to meet the enemy. Eyes from the two sides of great experts clashed in the void, unleashing endless murderous intent. Only a moment later, the Eighth Order division commanders and the territory lords clashed. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed, and the universe trembled as figures transformed into streams of light and surged towards one another. However, the human side was undoubtedly at a disadvantage due to the imbalance in the numbers, with some division commanders having to engage two territory lords at once. Zhong Liang experienced a similar situation. He was quickly met by a territory lord as soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, but it was not long before another territory lord emerged and joined the fight. The human side had always had a disadvantage when it came to numbers against the Black Ink Clan, though, so all the Eighth Order Masters had experienced fighting two enemies at once. Deep into the battlefield, Yang Kai silently slaughtered enemies around him. He came to advance to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, and for this reason, he deliberately made up an excuse to deceive Feng and used others to sneak out of Blue Sky Pass. However, when he arrived on the battlefield and became completely immersed in the fight, he had no time to ponder on his breakthrough. All he could do was focus and give it his all in battle. He cooperated with the 4 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nearby, and it was not long before the number of blank ink clansmen that died at his hands became countless. Initially, the old man was worried that Xianxia couldn't keep up with their pace and intensity, but as time passed, he surprisingly found that though Xianxia was a mere 6th Order master, his headcount was not lesser than theirs. Moreover, he seemed to have no trouble keeping up with and even coordinating with them. They worked together as if they had been comrades for years. This realization made the old man and others feel relieved, and soon they simply considered him another 7th Order master. Xianxia, fighting on this battlefield, soon discovered a peculiarity. Under the premise of them being in the same realm, the average strength of a black ink clansman was weaker than that of a human master. Xianxia, for instance, easily butchered many high-rank black ink clansmen that were equivalent to 6th Order masters. However, none of these enemies was on par with the 6th Order masters he knew. In Voidland, there were plenty of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm masters with a varying depth of heritage. As a result, their strength varied greatly as well. Nevertheless, none of the high-rank black ink clansmen here would be a match for even the weakest 6th Order master in Voidland. In fact, Xianxia first became aware of this issue when he was following Feng back to Blue Sky Pass. However, at the time, he paid little attention to it. Back then, before he could even take action, the majority of black ink clansmen would be dealt with by Feng and the others while he focused on saving black ink disciples. Thus, at that time, he only at best cleaned up the leftovers. Prior to that, Xianxia had pretended to be a black ink disciple for 2 years, so he had not fought any of them during that time. It was only now that Xianxia was able to confirm his original suspicions. "Watch out! The feudal lords are going to launch an attack," a cry was heard from the beautiful woman. Xianxia's heart clenched upon hearing that. Wasn't this the moment he had been looking for? This was the first time he participated on the defensive side of the war between the two races, so he didn't know much about the situation on the battlefield. On the other hand, the old man and his comrades were very clear that the higher ranking a black ink clansman was, the less they cared about their lower clansman's life or death. Every time the two races fought, the black ink clan would send forth its weaker members to wear down the human army. Only after grinding down the human strength would the real masters from the black ink clan show up in an attempt to catch the enemy off guard. The old man and the others had been fighting for about 2 hours already, yet they had not encountered a single feudal lord during this time. It was clear what the enemy was up to. As soon as the word came out, a figure suddenly rushed out from a dense black ink cloud close to the old man. The old man frowned before extending his hand and directly charging towards the approaching enemy. The feudal lords, who had been hiding all this while, all took action simultaneously, emerging from the black ink clouds to launch an ambush. The middle-aged man, young man, and beautiful woman were instantly pinned down. To top it all off, the middle-aged man was actually caught between 2 powerful enemies. Several feudal lords rushed towards the warship and began bombarding it. However, the humans had long gotten used to dealing with such tactics. Furthermore, warships were all refined with this exact situation in mind, so even without any high-rank master on board, with the aid of powerful defensive and offensive artifacts, the weaker human masters could still hold off such an assault. The Black Ink clan immediately became fiercely entangled with the battalion Xianxia was accompanying. Suddenly, a rather slender female Black Ink clansman leapt out of a large group of enemies and sent a palm strike out at Xianxia. Caught off guard, Xianxia was sent tumbling by this sudden attack. The next moment, he frowned as he realized that this female Black Ink clansman was actually a feudal lord. Apparently, she had hidden in the group of Black Ink clansmen previously while concealing her strength, causing Xianxia not to notice her until she struck. The female feudal lord resembled a typical human in terms of her physical form. She even wore revealing clothing, and the black lines that covered her exposed flesh gave her entire figure a bewitching appearance. She glanced at Xianxia with cold eyes and was surprised that he survived her sudden assassination attempt. Since the two races had been at war for so long, they had a fair understanding of each other's strength. While she was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, she already noticed that Xianxia was only a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, whereas she was a feudal lord on par with a 7th-order human master. It didn't make sense that he had survived her sneak attack. However, she soon began to giggle, her long, crimson, forked snake-like tongue licking her lips seductively. Her figure then flickered and transformed into a black cloud of smoke. Xianxia's heart clenched as he instinctively thrust his spear forward. Subsequently, the figure of the female feudal lord was revealed, avoiding the deadly spear and appearing directly to his left. She patted him lightly with her seemingly soft little hand, but her palm strike contained a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Xianxia just barely managed to block the blow with his spear. Hong hong hong. Xianxia countered 3 successive palms but was forced to retreat several hundred meters before somehow stabilizing himself. At that moment, he could feel the vitality in his chest roiling and fresh blood threatened to leak from his lips. With nothing more than stubborn will, he forcefully choked back down the metallic liquid. The female feudal lord was now genuinely stunned, to the point where she didn't use this opening to kill Xianxia. Rather, she gasped slightly as she stared at him. This human seems different from the others. He's clearly in the 6th order, but he's considerably stronger than any other 6th-order human I've killed before. On the opposite side, Xianxia brandished his spear, sweeping clean all the Blank Ink clansmen that were charging towards him, reducing them to a cloud blank ink strength. He then aimed his spear at the female feudal lord and smirked. "You really are quite weak." He had now confirmed his earlier hypothesis. Under the premise that they were in the same relative realm, the Black Ink clan masters were indeed weaker than their human counterparts. Xianxia had not been certain about this before. After all, he had not faced a feudal lord alone before now. It was only after he traded blows with this female feudal lord that he was able to verify his speculations. It was also at this moment that Xianxia figured out why this odd dichotomy was. In order to reach the Open Heaven realm, humans needed to cultivate for a very long time. There were no shortcuts to this process, even if the person wanted to only make an initial breakthrough to the First Order. What's more, after reaching the Open Heaven realm, it required a lot of time and effort to advance to the next order. Therefore, no matter which order a human master was in, their foundation and heritage would be much stronger compared to those from the Black Ink clan, whose cultivation was fundamentally different. The Black Ink clan were born from the Black Ink nests, and their advancement also depended on it. As a result, while they needed less time to develop than human masters, their strength was not acquired through personal effort and comprehension. Thus it was not as refined. Unfortunately, Black Ink strength was incredibly corrosive and a strong deterrent to humans, restricting them in combat to a great extent, which compensated for the Black Ink clan's lack of raw strength. In that sense, even if there was a one-on-one battle between a feudal lord and a 7th-order master, it was impossible to predict who would prevail. With his arrival, the humans possessed the means necessary to purify and disperse Black Ink strength. Thus, it no longer posed as much of a threat to them. It didn't matter if their small universe got unintentionally contaminated as long as they weren't fully corrupted by the Black Ink strength. They simply had to return to a purifying Black Ink battleship before losing themselves entirely, and the issue would be instantly resolved. In addition to boosting morale, the ability to purify and dispel Black Ink strength also increased the battle efficiency of the human army, enabling them to go all out without fear. Regardless, a feudal lord was still a feudal lord, a master on par with a 7th-order human. Xianxia would never lower his guard against such an opponent. Although his words were provocative, his expression remained solemn. The provocation proved to be successful. Possibly as a result of her own attack failing twice, the female feudal lord was completely furious. Not only did she fail to kill Xianxia, there weren't even any signs she had been able to seriously injure him. She immediately let out a piercing scream and rushed towards him. The feudal lord released a massive cloud of Black Ink strength, which was so dense it instantly turned into a gigantic blank ink cloud, engulfing Xianxia inside of it. She now believed it would be too kind to simply kill this arrogant human who was looking down on her despite being weaker. Thus, she made the decision to turn him into her own black ink disciple so she could torture him for a long time to come. Deep inside the black ink cloud, Yang Kai put on a guileful expression as he instantly understood his enemy's plan. Unfortunately for her, she had chosen the wrong target. The female feudal lord swam freely through the black ink cloud, believing Yang Kai must be feeling flustered as all humans so far would struggle to perform well in such a situation. She didn't assault Yang Kai immediately. Instead, she wanted to enjoy the misery of her enemy, a rare interest she had on the battlefield. To her astonishment, though, what came next was a sharp flying blade. This attack shocked the female feudal lord, who quickly dodged to the side as soon as she sensed it approaching. Followed by a slight pain in the cheek, where it had been injured by the attack, black blood stained the palm of her hand as she reached up to wipe it. The female feudal lord was truly incensed now. How could she have allowed such a weakling to injure her? Unfortunately, the next moment, her fury turned to panic as a storm of attacks flew at her incessantly. Realizing she had greatly underestimated her opponent, the female feudal lord knew that dodging here would only cause her to fall into a disadvantage, losing any opportunity to counterattack. With no other choice, she clenched her teeth and hurled herself at her attacker, sending out a flurry of palm strikes to meet the enemy head-on. The black ink cloud roiled turbulently as violent energy fluctuations and deafening rumbling sounds continuously erupted from it. Yang Kai pushed his supreme limitless spear art without restraint. Every thrust, sweep, and slash carried with them the essence of his lifetime of cultivation. Likewise, the female feudal lord refused to back down. She found Yang Kai's behavior irritating, and she wished for nothing more than to make him submit before her. Inside the dense blank ink cloud, the pair engaged in a deadly melee. At some point, Yang Kai was sent tumbling, his eyes reddening as he panted hard and stared at the hazy figure in front of him. His clothes were shredded and fresh blood was dripping from hundreds of wounds that covered his body. Even his face was stained golden blood, showing how mercilessly he had fought. The female feudal lord's palms were not her real weapons. After engaging several hundred blows with her, Yang Kai had deeply understood that it was actually her razor-sharp claws that she was using to deal damage. Her nails were so hard and sharp that it really made him wonder how she cultivated them. At that same time, her claws were imbued with dense black ink strength that acted like a kind of poison. Whenever he was wounded, black ink strength would seep into his body. If a normal cultivator suffered such injuries, they would quickly be corrupted by black ink strength and degenerate into a blank ink disciple. The battle between the two had only lasted a dozen breaths or so, yet Yang Kai was already looking quite ragged. He wasn't the only one struggling though, as the female feudal lord was not feeling much better than him. She had underestimated Yang Kai's strength greatly and had fallen into an unfavorable position. Despite the fact that she made a concerted effort to regain control of the battle, the azure dragon spear had left its mark on her, especially on her lower abdomen where the spear had almost pierced right through her, drawing a thick stream of black blood from a grievous wound. Her clothes, which were originally quite revealing, were now completely torn, leaving her practically naked. Still, she licked the fresh blood from her lips with her long tongue and glared at Yang Kai with hatred in her eyes. Wiping her hand across the wound on her abdomen, she snarled, "Just you wait. Once you're my black ink disciple, I will make you beg for D." From the thick black cloud, a fist suddenly emerged in front of her eyes and slammed hard into her pretty face. The female feudal lord instantly felt as though she had been hit by the entire universe world, as the immense force sent her flying. "You talk too much." Yang Kai ripped off his torn shirt and revealed his chiseled muscles. As he stretched himself slightly, his body made a cracking sound, after which all the cuts he suffered stopped bleeding and closed up. Contrastingly, flashes of golden stars appeared before the female feudal lord's eyes. That punch left her in a bad state as she felt her nose being broken and tears were now streaming down her eyes. If it had been a weaker black ink clansman that took that punch, their head would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately for her, she had responded quickly when she realized something was off, and condensed her black ink strength to defend herself. Even so, she had been badly injured. The power of that punch genuinely frightened her. What was more unbelievable was the fact that her black ink strength didn't seem to have any effect on Xianxia at all. Forget about corrupting him, he didn't even seem to notice its existence at all. Somehow managing to stabilize herself inside the black ink cloud, she gasped to steady herself. The hazy figure in front of her quickly approached though, as a menacing voice rang in her ears. "Come! This fight is just getting started. I won't take advantage of you, so bring out all your skill. Today, either you die or I perish." The female feudal lord's brow furiously twitched and she involuntarily took a step backwards. Her instincts were telling her to turn around and flee, but what face would she have left if she really did that? She was only facing a sixth-order human master. If she ran from such an opponent, she wouldn't have a place in the Black Ink clan in the future. The female feudal lord quickly realized what Xianxia meant when he said that he wouldn't take advantage of her. He actually put away his artifact and then leapt towards her, throwing out his fists as he flew. She dodged the attack by diving to the side as rage began surging within her. She was even angrier now that she was being looked down upon and mocked by a mere sixth-order human. With a fierce cry, blank ink strength erupted from her and she assailed Xianxia, her razor-sharp claws serving as her weapons as she slashed wildly. Ignoring her attack entirely, Xianxia raised his fist and punched out, engaging in a deadly melee. Hong hong hong. Black and golden blood splattered out. The pair even began coughing up blood onto each other's faces as their bodies trembled fiercely. In just a short time, the female feudal lord's ferocity was quickly dulled, as the momentum she had collapsed. She hadn't met a human like this before. Everyone in the human race had viewed death slightly differently in critical situations, and there were indeed times when her enemies would choose to drag Black Ink clansmen down with them in death. However, Xianxia was the first human she had encountered who was so vicious. How is he human? He's more like a ravenous beast. What made her even more terrified was that the erosion of Black Ink strength seemed to have no effect on him. Even with the help of her sharp claws, there was no evidence of Black Ink strength corrupting him. She was quite hopeful that it would still take effect. If it did, she could take him down with ease once her Black Ink strength had completely corrupted him. She might even be able to obtain a powerful new Black Ink disciple. It had to be noted that capturing a Black Ink disciple on the battlefield was something to be proud of in the Black Ink clan. However, even now, this man's consciousness remained crystal clear. Not only that, the power from each of his punches was heavier than the previous one. There were no signs of him weakening at all. She was well versed in regards to humans and was aware that their small universes served as a foundation of their cultivation. If the small universe was disrupted, it would affect their strength. Logically speaking, after all these violent clashes, Xianxia's combat ability should have been reduced. But it was the complete opposite for him. Additionally, close combat was not her forte. The dreadful thought that she would perish at the hands of this strange human slowly crept into the female feudal lord's mind. She was terrified when this notion crossed her thoughts, and she seriously considered fleeing. After another clash, the female feudal lord suddenly tried to shake off Xianxia and retreat. Near distant horizon. What is this secret technique? Despite the fact that she had no idea what the mystery of this secret technique was, her fingers were moving as swift as the wind, and she immediately broke free of its restraints by disrupting the space around her. In the end, she was still stronger than Xianxia in terms of realms. Thus, near-distant horizon couldn't trap her for long. But thanks to this moment of delay, Xianxia successfully caught up to her, and the fierce battle continued. Outside, on the battlefield, Feng Ying wielded her long sword. She was one of the strongest Seventh-Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass, so no one other than a Black Ink territory lord could stop her. All around her, sword chi flashed as Black Ink clansmen died before Feng Ying even approached them. Even a Black Ink clan feudal lord could hardly resist 3 strikes from her sword. They could either flee or fight on knowing they would die. She had not used her divine manifestation, but if she did, her strength would only increase further. Feng Ying once killed a territory lord, even if she did so with Xianxia's assistance, so it was clear she had an incredibly strong heritage. She kept moving forward, with many allies helping her clear the way, and eventually reached the front lines of the battle. At the spot where Golden Crow casts the sun had previously erupted, she turned around and looked in all directions. Her divine sense surged, but she was unable to locate Xianxia at all. Her face suddenly sank. Could it be that she was too late and Xianxia had already been killed? Two feudal lords were besieging a seventh-order master nearby, and he was in danger of dying at any moment. Even though humans were somewhat stronger than those from the Black Ink clan in the same realm, two fists could not block four strikes. Once two feudal lords joined forces, most seventh-order masters would not be their opponent. Slashing out with her sword, Feng Ying struck the two feudal lords and forced them to retreat temporarily. "Have you seen Xianxia?" she urgently questioned, grabbing the collar of the seventh-order master before he re-engaged the two feudal lords. The old man who was caught by her was stunned and asked, "Who's Xianxia?" Suddenly, Feng Ying remembered that not everyone knew who Xianxia was, or what he looked like. She realized that she might not be able to learn anything by asking this question. So she instantly changed the question to, "Have you seen a strange sixth-order youth? You're looking for him?" The elderly man instantly knew who she was referring to. This old man was one of the four masters that Xianxia had been cooperating with before. There were innumerable sixth-order youths on the battlefield, but Feng Ying must have her reason for asking. So the old man recalled a certain sixth-order master right away. "Where is he?" Feng Ying was nervous about the response she would receive. She was afraid the answer was not what she wanted to hear. The old man's expression suddenly darkened, and he pointed to a specific area, saying, "In there, dealing with a feudal lord." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Feng Ying noticed a sizable gathering of black ink clouds. Feng Ying's heart clenched. That brat was very strong, but unfortunately, the old man let out a small sigh. He would have liked to look after Xianxia on the battlefield if it were possible, but unfortunately he was entirely preoccupied dealing with the two feudal lords who surrounded him and couldn't render any aid. The old man didn't know how Feng Ying was related to Xianxia, so he simply blurted out, "My condolence. He won't die so easily." Feng Ying gritted her teeth. She had witnessed Xianxia's abilities. What's more, Xianxia still had a world spring and would not be corrupted by black ink strength. He could even transform into a grand dragon. But she was also aware that Xianxia would not simply transform into his grand dragon form even if his life was in danger solely because he entered the battlefield this time to seek an opportunity to break through. Transforming into a grand dragon simply meant he failed to accomplish his goal. Feng Ying sped towards the black ink cloud as soon as the words were spoken. The very next moment, though, a sudden change occurred. Two entwined figures suddenly burst out of an enormous black ink cloud. The two were so close to each other, it was as if they were one person. The murderous aura emanating from the two figures made one's blood run cold. Feng Ying's eyes lit up as soon as she recognized that one of the figures was Xianxia. He's still alive. He can still be saved. Just when Feng Ying prepared to rush to his rescue, she stopped abruptly, her expression odd. The old man was also shocked when he looked over. It was the previous female feudal lord who was entangled with Xianxia, with his arms tightly encircled around her body like chains. This was only possibly because her figure was quite small. If she was like most black ink clansmen, Xianxia wouldn't be able to use his arms to tie her up like this. It was possible to imagine the intensity of the power of Xianxia's physique as fresh blood continued to spew forth from the mouth of the female feudal lord. The bones in her upper body had been crushed, and it was clear that her chest had caved in slightly. Her pain was visible in the twisted expression on her face. Xianxia's shirt was gone, leaving him half-naked, while the female feudal lord was also almost completely naked in her shredded clothing. Feng Ying and the elderly man were at a loss for words as they observed this scene. Naturally, this had not been part of Xianxia's original plan. It was just that the female feudal lord was constantly trying to escape. Even though he once used near-distant horizon to stop her, he might not be able to do so if she tried again. In order to prevent his opponent from fleeing, Xianxia had to resort to this. Although his cultivation was one minor realm lower than his opponent, the ferocity of Xianxia's strength was enough to battle against this female feudal lord. As she was struggling to escape, more of her bones broke and stabbed into her organs, causing her immense pain. With her life on the line, she held nothing back. But because she was unable to use her arms as they were currently bound, she used her knees to kick and struggle against Yang Kai's lower half. Fortunately, Yang Kai was prepared for this as well, and as a result, he managed to wrap his legs around hers and lock them in place. It was this scene that appeared in front of Feng Ying and the others. Yang Kai unleashed a vicious headbutt, causing him to see stars while knocking the female feudal lord's head back. A large bump even formed on Yang Kai's forehead as a result, but he couldn't care less at the moment. The female feudal lord, of course, didn't just lay there waiting for death and fought back with everything she had. The sound of their battle echoed all around. All the open heaven realm masters gasped when they saw this scene. It was the first time they had witnessed such a scene even after fighting against the Black Ink clan for so long. Yang Kai's brutality was simply shocking. Where did this guy come from? Predicting that Yang Kai was going to headbutt her again, the female feudal lord stretched her slender neck, resulting in his attack missing its mark. The next instant, her stretched-out head abruptly bounced back. Her cherry lips parted to reveal the fangs in the corners of her mouth as she bit towards the nearest exposed target. Feng Ying had come to help immediately after recognizing Yang Kai's figure, but she was too late, as she had to witness the female feudal lord's teeth sinking into Yang Kai's neck with her own eyes. Feng Ying's heart nearly stopped at that precise moment. If Yang Kai died here, it would be an immeasurable loss to the entire human race. Even though she wanted to aid him, Yang Kai and the female feudal master were literally entangled with each other, so she did not dare to simply intervene. All she could do was move close and prepare to assist at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar sounded through the void, and before Feng Ying's eyes, Yang Kai, who had been bitten by the female feudal lord, unleashed the power of his dragon vein. His head shook and transformed into a grand dragon's head, with sharp horns and a flowing beard. Although his head turned into that of a dragon, his body remained human, giving him a very strange appearance. The dragon head turned in a swift movement, opened its giant maw, and bit brutally into the female feudal lord's slender neck, letting her get a taste of her own medicine. Feng Ying's face twitched when she saw this strange scene. Yang Kai and the female feudal lord seemed to be hugging, with their heads pressed against each other's necks, like a pair of passionate lovers. Of course, the murderous intent which radiated from them made it clear that they wanted nothing more than to kill one another. Dragon roars and piercing screams sounded continuously, as fresh blood spewed everywhere. Shortly after, the dragon head suddenly pulled back, and the female feudal lord's head was ripped clean off. A bewildered and incredulous expression hung on her face as her vitality swiftly dissipated. Fresh black blood poured out like a fountain from the place where her head had been torn off. Meanwhile, the dragon's jaw crunched hard, while the body previously imprisoned in Yang Kai's arms was burst by a violent force. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky after spitting out the filth in his mouth and roared. On the chaotic battlefield, his figure terrified numerous Black Ink clansmen, none daring to approach him. The battle with the female feudal lord was truly dangerous, but his enemy had looked down on him too much, allowing Yang Kai to gain a decisive advantage. The female feudal lord tried her hardest to reverse the situation, but in such close quarters, her options were severely limited. In the end, she eventually lost and died in battle. The next moment, Yang Kai felt someone rushing at him and instinctually threw out his fist. Feng Ying became pale in shock and immediately flourished her sword to deflect the punch while at the same time shouting, "Yang Kai!" Upon hearing his name, Yang Kai brought his fist back and locked eyes with the person approaching from behind. His blood-red eyes flashed, and his violent impulses finally began to subside. He then nodded to Feng Ying, and the massive dragon head returned to its original form. Feng Ying took a deep breath as she looked down at his neck. A bite wound on Yang Kai's neck was vivid and clear. A deep gash that made it a fair way through his neck demonstrated just how much strength the female feudal lord used at the very end. If Yang Kai hadn't reacted quick enough, Feng Ying might actually have had to collect his corpse. Nevertheless, fortune had favored him. Yang Kai appeared to be seriously injured, But such a wound was actually not a major issue to a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Killing a Black Ink feudal lord all on his own was a major accomplishment for a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But Feng Ying felt that in that life-or-death battle, Yang Kai had completely lost track of his surroundings and given in to his battle instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to punch her when she approached him. Army Commander Zhong has ordered you to immediately return to the inner sanctum, Feng Ying remarked. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. I'm part of the human race too. The connotation was he wanted to contribute on the battlefield between the two races. Feng Ying gritted her teeth as she solemnly warned. On the battlefield, orders are absolute. Yang Kai, don't make things difficult for me. She came here to get Yang Kai to return. Even though she knew exactly why he had come to this battlefield, a breakthrough to the Seventh Order was something that should not be rushed. His safety was of utmost importance. Feng Ying really didn't know what she should do if Yang Kai insisted on not returning. She couldn't force him to obey, could she? Martial Ant, I'm not officially a member of Blue Sky Pass, so the army commander's orders can't restrain me. Yang Kai grinned. When she heard those words, Feng Ying was taken aback. Yang Kai was indeed not registered in Blue Sky Pass. Although he had been there for some time, with the ongoing war and the vital role he had to play, there was simply no time for Yang Kai to officially register himself, let alone be assigned a position in one of the armies. Feng Ying couldn't argue either if he insisted on using this reasoning. In a daze, Yang Kai dashed away, heading straight towards the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Black Ink Clan feudal lords who were still battling it out nearby. Feng Ying hurriedly chased after him, advising him bitterly as she traveled side by side with him. Yang Kai, consider the big picture. I'm just a Sixth Order junior. I don't know what big picture you're talking about. All I know is that the Black Ink Clan is here, and that agitates me. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. As the words fell, the pair had already closed in on a Black Ink feudal lord. This feudal lord, along with another comrade, was originally fighting the old man. But he was now diverted away by Yang Kai, which immediately eased the pressure on the elderly man. Seeing how stubborn Yang Kai was acting, and realizing that this chaotic battlefield was not a suitable place to convince him, Feng Ying clenched her teeth, drew her fingers across her blade, and shouted, "Myriad swords dragon!" With a loud clatter, thousands of sword waves emerged behind her. These sword waves were so dense that they were practically solid, with sharp sword chi emanating from them. The sword waves quickly gathered towards her, forming the body of a 1,000 meters long sword dragon. As for Feng Ying herself, she was perfectly hidden inside the head of the sword dragon. The dragon roared, and it shot directly towards the direction of Yang Kai and the feudal lord. When he saw this, the feudal lord, who was fighting against Yang Kai, became pale with fright. The Black Ink Clan was well versed in their enemy's tactics and abilities, so, at a glance, he recognized the Myriad Swords Dragon as a human master's divine manifestation. How would he have the audacity to take it head-on? Immediately, he tried to flee, but how could Yang Kai allow that? Immediately, space principles flared and shackled the feudal lord in place. Frozen for an instant, the feudal lord watched helplessly as the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him in one gulp. Yang Kai was also devoured by the sword dragon along with the feudal lord as he was just too close for Feng Ying's attack to succeed without avoiding him. Not that she planned to either. Once Yang Kai entered the sword dragon's belly, he vividly felt the deadly murderous intent and the rich sword chi around him, but he remained unharmed. On the contrary, the feudal lord, who had been devoured by Feng Ying's sword dragon too, cried out ceaselessly as his body was viscously cut to pieces. A short while later, the aura of the feudal lord disappeared, indicating that Feng Ying had killed him. Even so, she had no intention of letting Yang Kai out. The massive sword dragon turned around and began rushing back towards Blue Sky Pass. However, just as she turned to leave, Feng Ying's expression changed. This was because Yang Kai was thrashing around inside the sword dragon's belly, attempting to break free. Yang Kai was rapidly covered in wounds despite Feng Ying's best efforts to restrict her sword chi. He clearly has no intention of compromising. His relentless efforts proved how he would not stop until he escaped or she allowed him to leave. Feng Ying felt like stomping her foot in frustration. Of course, she could lock Yangkai in the sword dragon, but doing so would only result in a lose-lose situation. After some thought, the myriad swords dragon opened an exit, and Yangkai emerged outside in an instant. "Smelly brat, what do you think you're doing?" Feng Ying raged. "We collaborated quite well just now. How about we join forces to kill some enemies?" Grinned Yangkai as blood dripped from his wounds. "You want to join forces with me? I have the power to restrict the enemy's movements, and you have the power to eliminate them. We complement each other perfectly." Feng Ying's thoughts shifted as she looked at him from top to bottom. "Is that your only intention?" Yangkai replied nonchalantly. "You're here already. What other intentions can I have?" Seeing his sincerity, Feng Ying nodded slightly. "I hope that's the case." Forcing Yangkai to return was basically impossible, so she would have no other option but to guard him since he insisted on staying on the battlefield. Rather than just being by his side guarding him, though, it was preferable to work with him to eliminate some enemies. As Yangkai stated, the restrictive abilities of space principles was extremely useful, and the power of the myriad swords dragon was overwhelming. With the two of them joining forces, only a territory lord would be able to stop them. Of course, Feng Ying also had made other considerations before agreeing to Yangkai. Seeing how Yangkai was acting, he seemed to have given up on his original purpose of coming to the Black Ink battlefield. The purpose of him sneaking out undoubtedly to grasp the opportunity to break through while treading the fine line between life and death. However, the atmosphere of the battlefield had influenced him, causing him to fully immerse himself in it, seeking the blood of the enemy wholeheartedly. This caused him to change his priorities. Thinking about it logically, Feng Ying felt that agreeing with Yangkai to join forces was her best option, as it would allow her to guard him as closely as possible. However, if this was done, Yangkai's chance to advance to the Seventh Order by risking his life in battle would be lost. It was impossible to put Yangkai in danger with her protection unless a territory lord came after them, but all the territory lords were tied up dealing with the Eighth Order masters. That was why Yangkai said that he had no other intentions now that the situation had reached this point. There was no way to carry out his initial goal even if he wanted to. With a Seventh Order master like Feng Ying constantly protecting him, there would be no chance for him to experience any near-death situations. The instant Feng Ying nodded, Yangkai bolted and stood atop the sword dragon's head. The sword dragon shook its head and flicked its tail, crashing into the nearby Black Ink clan army. Wherever it passed, a rain of chaos descended. The pair had a clear target, the Black Ink feudal lords. The other Black Ink clansmen they killed along the way were nothing more than a bonus. A moment later, the sword dragon dashed to the vicinity of the nearby warship, which was currently under siege by two feudal lords. Thankfully, the warship was a carefully refined artifact, so its protective shields were very powerful. Not to mention, there were many human masters on board, so even if they were besieged by two feudal lords, they could deal with them for some time and even spare some attention to thin out the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. Before the sword dragon could reach them, the two feudal lords had already noticed it, so one of the massive feudal lords came forward, attempting to intercept it. He moved swiftly, but all of a sudden, a figure mysteriously appeared in front of his eyes and obstructed his path. While the feudal lord was slightly taken aback, Yangkai had already taken action, using space principles to lock the surrounding space. As soon as the feudal lord's huge figure froze, the sword dragon opened its terrifying maw and devoured him, killing him soon after. Elsewhere, the defense lines of the three eastern, southern, and northern armies shrank as they retreated towards Blue Sky Pass under the onslaught of the Black Ink clan army. This couldn't be helped. Originally, the three armies were still holding their ground and even had some small advantages over the Black Ink clan. However, Zhong Liang had to put down his dignity and ask for assistance from the other three armies to bring Yangkai, who snuck out of Blue Sky Pass, back. The three army commanders, Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shin Tu Mao, knew the importance of Yangkai, so without hesitation, they sent a portion of their armies to assist. Thus, the three armies could now only switch to a defensive stance, or their lines would collapse. After the division of the armies, the defending open heaven masters became immensely agitated. The majority were unaware of what had occurred. They simply knew there were fewer allies on their side and they had to pull back in order to withstand the Black Ink clan's vicious assault. But this kind of deployment couldn't last for long as the defense lines were at risk of being breached. Once that happened, the Black Ink clan army would be able to directly assault Blue Sky Pass. Though it would still be hard to conquer the Great Pass, casualties would be unavoidable, and if that happened, the foundation of the entire human race's position would be in danger. The three army commanders' expressions darkened. Inside, they were cursing Yang Kai for being so reckless and willful. This battlefield was not a place where one could simply act as they wished. If they managed to bring him back to the inner sanctum afterwards, they would strictly monitor him to ensure he never snuck out to the battlefield again. Approximately 30% of the three armies immediately retreated back to Blue Sky Pass and gathered in the central square. Then, they quickly raced to the Western Army's defense line. Some 7,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters drew their artifacts and began their attack on the Black Ink clan. In an instant, the Black Ink clan was overwhelmed. On the Western Front, the Black Ink clan was initially on par with the Western Army. However, the sudden influx of reinforcements was like an entire additional human army had appeared. How could the Blank Ink clan deal with this? One after another, feudal lords were killed and even some territory lords began to falter. The Western Black Ink army descended into chaos, and the humans took advantage of the situation to slaughter as many as they could. They would definitely not pass up this chance to deal damage to the enemy. On the western defense line, having at some point disengaged from the territory lord he was previously battling, Zhong Liang stood, peering out at the situation. He had already received a message from Feng Ying, who was on the battlefield. Despite the fact that the battlefield was chaotic and deadly, taking some time to deliver a message was not at all a problem. Yang Kai had been located, but as he refused to return, Feng Ying could not force him back. Moreover, the location they were at was already at the forefront of the battlefield where they could come face to face with Black Ink clan masters at any time. Any negligence could result in disastrous consequences. She proceeded to send out a message asking whether they should continue to kill or convince Yang Kai to return. After all the territory lords in the western region were being dealt with by the Eighth Order masters. As long as no territory lord took action against them, Feng Ying and Yang Kai would be able to defend themselves. But there were also all the what-if situations. What if both of them accidentally fell into the trap and got surrounded by the enemy? Two fists couldn't block four strikes. Yang Kai's existence was just too vital to be jeopardized. So, after some thought, Zhong Liang responded, urging Feng Ying to convince Yang Kai to return to Blue Sky Pass no matter what. Even if it required her to break his arms and legs to bring him back, it had to be done. Feng Ying replied less than an incense stick later, stating that persuasion failed. Yang Kai insisted on remaining on the battlefield to contribute and indicated that if Feng Ying forced him, he would immediately escape from her sight, which Yang Kai had proven he was capable of by using space principles right in front of her. Feng Ying continued to report that although she was definitely stronger than him, if he really had the intention of escaping, she couldn't stop him. That little bastard, Zhong Liang cursed. This brat is too stubborn. Does he not know how important he is? He couldn't be persuaded to return, so all they could do was force the battle to end as quickly as possible so Yang Kai would have no choice but to withdraw. Zhong Liang immediately sent orders to the division commanders to fight harder and either kill the territory lords or force them to retreat. It was only by doing this that the battle would end and Yang Kai would be forced to return, even if he didn't want to. The current force on the western side was nearly equal to 2 full armies, which proved too much for the Black Ink clan. With every breath, large numbers of Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered, and the sounds of masters dying emerged one after the other on the battlefield. After half a day, the Western Black Ink army had been forced back almost 100,000 kilometers. The human masters were constantly pressuring them and continuing to slaughter them mercilessly. Suddenly, Zhong Liang's female adjutant approached, cupped her fist and said, "Sir, speak." Zhong Liang had been studying the flow of the battle and estimated it would only take another half a day to clear the Western Army's front. By that time, he could call it a day and withdraw the army. The other three armies have urged us to act quickly and return their manpower as they are on the verge of being defeated. Zhong Liang turned his head in shock and asked, "So quickly?" He had borrowed troops from the three armies and knew that such an action would have consequences. After all, the four sides of Blue Sky Pass were only holding fast rather than advancing before now. Withdrawing 30% of the eastern, southern, and northern armies would undoubtedly put a heavy strain on them. While the Western Army had an overwhelming advantage, the other three armies would have to pay a steep price. However, Zhong Liang didn't expect the situation to become so bad so quickly. He believed it would be a simple matter for the three other armies to maintain their lines for a couple of days at least. Contrary to his expectations, only half a day had gone by before this scenario played out. The adjutant then replied, "The Black Ink clan have seemingly gone mad. They are ignoring the costs and assaulting the three armies without regard for their casualties." Zhong Liang's brow furrowed. The Black Ink clan was acting unusual, but he couldn't figure out why, so he didn't think too hard before he ordered, "Send them this message, tell them to hold for half a day more no matter what. After that, I will go there in person to assist them." The adjutant nodded and quickly carried out her orders. On the northern, southern, and eastern defense lines, Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, and Shen Tumo received Zhong Liang's reply. The first thing they did was curse Zhong Liang for not supervising Yang Kai properly and allowing this mess to happen in the first place, but immediately after, they reorganized their lines to assume a complete defensive posture, ceasing all attempts to counterattack the enemy. The army commanders even set out personally to battle against the territory lords in order to buy more time for the Western Army. The fact that the three army commanders battled in person was inspiring to the human masters, and the Black Ink clan army's reckless assault also resulted in many casualties on their side. It was not long before the Black Ink army began losing momentum after suffering so many losses, but they still refused to withdraw for some reason. On the Western Army's defense line, the Black Ink clan army had retreated repeatedly, now having been pushed back almost 200,000 kilometers. The void along the way was littered with Black Ink clan corpses, showing the heavy losses they had taken in this battle. The Black Ink clan army, which had been almost suicidally attacking the Eastern Army's defenses, suddenly came to a halt for some reason, and after a brief rally, turned around and flew off. The Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao, standing in the void, gawked in shock at the scene. He had no idea why the Black Ink clan army withdrew all of a sudden. An adjutant standing nearby cheered, "Army commander, the Black Ink clan is retreating." Ding Yao snorted, "I can see that. I'm not blind." The adjutant awkwardly cleared his throat and said nothing further. An injured division commander nearby frowned and muttered, "But why? Army commander, do we pursue them?" The adjutant hurriedly warned, "Sirs, this might be a trap. The Black Ink clan may be trying to lure us out." The division commander did not argue his point, as he had similar concerns. The Black Ink clan had never done anything like this before. They appeared to have evacuated their soldiers, but in reality, they might be digging a pit and waiting for the humans to jump into it. If it was really a trap, they couldn't go after them or they would be caught. Just as the adjutant's words fell, he received a communication and hurried to inspect it. A moment later, he raised his head with a perplexed expression. "Army commander, the Black Ink clan on the southern and northern fronts have also withdrawn." Ding Yao turned his head hurriedly and asked for confirmation. "The Black Ink clan to the north and south also retreated?" The adjutant nodded firmly. "Word was passed from both sides. They are also asking us what the situation is here." Ding Yao was now dumbfounded. The Black Ink clan withdrew its troops from the eastern, southern, and northern fronts. What exactly were they up to? Whatever the Black Ink clan's intentions were, such a large-scale three-sided retreat did not appear to be part of some elaborate trap. There were simply too many risks with this type of grand plan. Defeating an entire army, as the expression goes, is as difficult as collapsing a mountain. Such a large reorganization of the Black Ink clan's deployment would leave them scattered and out of position, rendering any kind of trap they wanted to set useless, at least for a while. So, after a brief hesitation, Ding Yao shouted, "All units, pursue the enemy." The adjutant was startled and hurriedly discouraged. "Army commander, we should be wary of Ding Yao kicked him in the butt and snapped, "Trap my ass! What kind of trap could there be in this situation? Inform the northern and southern armies about my decision. And ask Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo to make their decision quickly." He was the army commander of the Eastern Army, so he could not command them to do anything, but Ding Yao believed that Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo would make the correct decision. After all, they had been fighting alongside them for thousands of years. They understood one another perfectly. Right after he gave the order, Ding Yao rushed out first, followed by numerous human masters from the Eastern Army. In an instant, the human army began pursuing the retreating enemy. The adjutant got up and stomped angrily as he watched the army leave before hastily sending a message to the northern and southern armies. He then hurriedly followed the army forward. Ding Yao's judgment was swiftly proven correct. Liang Yulong's southern army and Shen Tumo's northern army immediately made the same decision when they received the message stating that Ding Yao ordered his army to pursue the retreating enemy. Within moments, other than those who had to stay behind to tend to the wounded, tens of thousands of human masters set out to attack the enemy from 3 different directions. On the Eastern Army side, Ding Yao led the charge to hunt down the Black Ink Clan. He was initially a bit worried that the Black Ink Clan was really scheming something, but after chasing them for a while, he discovered that the enemy appeared to not have no plots in mind. It was a true retreat with no traps along the way. This made him completely relieved, and to the Black Ink Clan army who made a beleaguered retreat, they would show no mercy. It was not when the 2 massive armies were facing one another in a large-scale battle that massive casualties were incurred. Although there would be losses in conflicts when they were battling each other, the casualties suffered would be minimal as long as the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not too big. What truly led to mass casualties was when one party lost the will to fight and was forced to escape. Great results could naturally be achieved when chasing down a disorganized, fleeing enemy as the pursuing side could focus all their attention on attacking. This was the scenario that the Eastern Army found itself in right now. When the Black Ink Clan army saw that the human army was pursuing and attacking them from behind, they sacrificed some of their troops to block the Eastern Army. Needless to say, these Black Ink clansmen were rapidly wiped out. The whole of the Eastern Army was deployed, so masters were as numerous as clouds and naturally they dealt significant damage to the enemy. The same situation occurred with both the northern and southern armies as well. The number of Black Ink clansmen killed was so high they couldn't be counted anymore. Ding Yao and the others weren't sure why the Black Ink clan retreated at first, but after pursuing them for some time, they realized that the Black Ink clansmen were all heading in the same direction. The Western Front. The Black Ink clan armies in the north, south, and east were all racing towards the west to provide assistance. When Ding Yao and the rest discovered this, they hurriedly sent a message to Zhong Liang to alert him of the situation. Zhong Liang was shocked as well when he heard the message, because he never anticipated the Black Ink clan to respond in such a manner. It made no sense. Although the Black Ink clan on the Western Front were defeated and were fleeing due to Zhong Liang borrowing so many reinforcements, the Black Ink clan armies in the north, south, and east did not need to risk coming here to rescue them. All the enemy needed to do was continue to attack Blue Sky Pass to overturn their defeat on the Western Front. Given what Zhong Lang knew of the Black Ink clan, he wouldn't be surprised if they were willing to sacrifice their entire Western force if they could breach Blue Sky Pass defenses on the other 3 sides. Unlike the human race, the Black Ink clan cared little for their fellow clansmen, so they wouldn't provide support to each other at the risk of their own lives and benefits. There was definitely something wrong here, but for a while, Zhong Liang couldn't figure out what the problem was. However, this had provided him with a tremendous chance. Initially, he had to take a lot of risks by borrowing troops from the 3 other armies. This approach aided the Western Front, but thinned the lines on the south, north, and east. But the Black Ink clan had apparently become impatient for some reason and was now all but handing victory to them. Zhong Liang, who had served as army commander for thousands of years, was extremely sensitive to the ebb and flow of the battlefield, so he did not miss this chance to capitalize on the situation. On the western battlefield, the human masters quickly seized the initiative and began dividing up their forces. Some pursued the remnants of the Black Ink clan's western army, while another portion turned around to meet the enemy reinforcements. At the same time, Zhong Liang himself also disappeared from where he stood and hurried towards the battlefield. Ding Yao and others were already fighting on the front lines, and every asset that both Blue Sky Pass and the Black Ink clan possessed had been deployed. It was almost predetermined that the Black Ink clan would lose this war now, so there was no need for Zhong Liang to restrain himself. Soon after, Zhong Liang reached the front lines. The divided army had already prepared itself and was just waiting for the command to attack. When they saw the army commander arrive, their gazes sharpened and they readied themselves to charge. When the division commanders came to inquire about the situation, Zhong Liang did not hold anything back and informed them of the changes on the other three fronts, drawing happy cheers from all around. They understood the situation just as well as Zhong Liang did. They all recognized that the Black Ink clan had made a huge blunder this time. "Here they come," one of the division commanders said soon after. Everyone turned towards Blue Sky Pass and saw three massive Black Ink armies moving in their direction like tidal waves. These groups were undoubtedly the Black Ink clan armies from the north, east, and southern fronts. Behind those three armies were the humans who were closely chasing after them. They were the armies led by Ding Yao and the other army commanders. During the pursuit, the Black Ink clan was taking heavy casualties, with life auras disappearing en masse. Soon, the Black Ink clan armies that retreated gathered together. Likewise, the human race armies rendezvoused like many streams flowing into the ocean. The split force from the Western army held their ground, waiting for the enemy to arrive. As the Black Ink clan army took in the situation, many of them wanted to turn around and flee. However, Zhong Liang had been waiting for this moment in person, so he certainly wouldn't allow the Black Ink clan to do as they wished. Drawing his sword, he lifted it high and roared, "With me men, kill!" As soon as his words dropped, his body transformed into a stream of light as he crashed towards the approaching Black Ink clan army. Following him were the 8th Order Division commanders, and behind them was the rest of the army. Divine abilities pummeled the Black Ink clan army even before they arrived, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties. Ding Yao and other army commanders lead their forces into the fray, showing no mercy. In the void, the Black Ink clan army from the east, north, and south sides, who had just gathered together, were now surrounded and besieged. World forces continuously erupted as the light of diving abilities and secret techniques set the void alight. The situation soon descended into chaos. Even taking its entire history into consideration, Blue Sky Pass had not engaged in many battles of this scale. Previously, Blue Sky Pass's defenders were separated into 4 armies that each fought independently of one another. It was the same for the Black Ink clan. The current condition, though, was essentially all of Blue Sky Pass forces against all of the Black Ink clan army in one massive melee. On their way to the west to provide support, the Black Ink clan had already taken significant losses from Ding Yao and the other 3 armies' pursuit, and now they were halted by Zhong Liang's army from the front. They were assailed from both sides, forcing them into a passive position where they couldn't counterattack at all. The number of feudal lords that had fallen was simply uncountable, and even 3 territory lords had perished in less than half an hour. The Black Ink clan army, like any cornered beast, naturally fought back fiercely. They tried their hardest to break through, but the more desperately they struggled, the greater the casualties they suffered. At the front lines of the western battlefield, Feng Ying's divine manifestation was in shambles and no longer possessed its original power. More than a dozen feudal lords had perished at the hands of these two, but their resistance before death could not be disregarded. Yang Kai and Feng Ying both suffered a lot, especially Yang Kai, whose bare chest was covered with scars and blood, making him look equal parts terrifying and miserable. But to him, it didn't matter as long as the injury wasn't fatal. The massive commotion behind him of course drew Yang Kai's attention, and as he turned his head to look back, and saw that the 2 races' armies were locked in battle some distance away, and he exclaimed in shock, "Why are there so many Black Ink clansmen coming from behind us?" Feng Ying also noticed the situation behind him and commented, "They should be reinforcements from the other 3 fronts. It seems that the battle on the Western Front is so intense that the Black Ink clan can't hold on any longer." Yang Kai smirked. He assumed that the Black Ink clan armies from the other three fronts came to assist because of the disadvantage they suffered on the Western Front. But Feng Ying had the feeling that something was amiss. Compared to Yang Kai, who was new to the Black Ink battlefield, Feng Ying had been here for thousands of years and had some grasp of the Black Ink clan's way of thinking. Typically, even if the war on the Western Front was very intense, the Black Ink clan on the other three lines would never come to support them. Instead, they would attack Blue Sky Pass more and more aggressively with no regard for the lives of their allies. However, despite the fact that she had no idea why this was happening, the reality in front of her was clear. The human race had achieved a significant advantage, and after this battle, the Black Ink clan would definitely suffer severe losses. On the Western Front, the reinforcements Zhong Liang borrowed from the three other armies were in charge of intercepting the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan, while the original Western army was still in charge of advancing. It was impossible for everyone to turn around and intercept the Black Ink clan reinforcements, otherwise the original Western Black Ink army would assault them from behind, and in the end, the human race would also find itself besieged from both sides. The Black Ink clan on the Western Front were still trying to retreat. Having taken huge losses over the past day or so though, they were unable to withstand the assault of the Western army. The sword dragon shook its head and flicked its tail, charging towards a Black Ink feudal lord. The high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen along the way all burst and died as the sharp sword waves brushed across them. The feudal lord, who apparently had sharp perception, sensed the approaching crisis and instantly turned his head to stare at Sword Dragon and roared. His initially large body expanded as rich Black Ink strength lingered around his figure. Next, a fierce punch was thrown towards the Sword Dragon. With one punch, space shook. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the Sword Dragon's head, abruptly stepped forward and his Azure Dragon spear thrust out at the feudal lord without hesitation. When the violent energies collided, Yang Kai flew out while coughing up blood. On the other side, the feudal lord cried out in pain as his gigantic hand was pierced through by the Azure Dragon's spear, causing fresh black blood to gush out. Without giving him a chance to recover, Feng Ying's sword dragon instantly transformed into thousands of sword waves and began pelting the feudal lord. Despite his best efforts to repel them, the feudal lord was swiftly pierced by hundreds of blades. Yang Kai, who had previously been blasted away, flickered and appeared right before his target. Channeling his strength, Yang Kai cast his divine manifestation, and the great sun directly struck the feudal lord's chest. A massive hole was silently formed in the feudal lord's chest, and with a conspicuous flash of sword light, Feng Ying, whose divine manifestation had collapsed, found its mark. A massive head flew up, and black blood gushed into the void. The massive body of the feudal lord staggered before collapsing in a dead heap. Feng Ying spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her expression somewhat languid. She could not maintain her divine manifestation anymore. Furthermore, killing that last feudal lord had cost her and Yang Kai a lot. The great sun's afterglow was particularly noticeable, shooting forward like a small sun and scattering a massive black ink cloud in front of it. Yang Kai and Feng Ying helped steady each other, but just as they were about to head for a nearby warship to recover, they felt a shiver run up their spines. It was as if a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened and fixed on them from the depths of the black ink cloud dissipated by Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun. At the same moment, a crushing will seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. That will felt as deep as the abyss and carried with it a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's hairs all rose up at once, and his heart clenched tight. When he turned his head sharply to look at the source of the will, Yang Kai saw a massive figure towering inside the rich black ink cloud. It was unknown how long this figure had been in this black ink cloud as previously. Its aura had not been revealed at all, and no one had noticed it. Moreover, this location was basically at the rear of the Black Ink clan armies, so humans weren't supposed to be anywhere near here. The repeated losses of the Black Ink clan's western forces had led the battlefield to expand to this place though, exposing it to the ongoing conflict. Coincidentally, Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation had blown away this particular black ink cloud, revealing the figure hiding inside it. The will was like a sleeping dragon, and once it awakened, the entire universe trembled, causing the raucous battlefield to fall silent. Yang Kai once felt a similar will back in the Black Prison from a Black Ink clan royal lord. However, that royal lord had been sealed and suppressed for countless years, so her strength had been greatly diminished. At the very least, it was far less intense than the one he was currently facing. What he felt right now was orders of magnitude more imposing than back in Black territory. The royal lord! Feng Ying cried out, her already pale face draining of all remaining color. A Black Ink royal lord was a master on par with a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. On the Black Ink battlefield, only an old ancestor was worthy to be the opponent of a royal lord. Previously, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor had led the human army to attack Black Ink clan's domain, destroying several of their spirit provinces and a number of Black Ink nests. This action enraged the royal lord responsible for this region, so he swiftly marshaled his forces to counterattack, resulting in this current war. As far as Yang Kai knew, Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestors had already fought with the local royal lord, but neither was able to gain an advantage over the other. Both suffered serious injuries, and ever since that battle, the old ancestor had remained in the inner sanctum to recover. Meanwhile, the royal lord was nowhere to be seen. Zhong Liang also stated that the side whose leader recovered first would gain control over the current battle, heavily tipping the scales in their side's favor. The human race assumed that the royal lord had chosen a safe location far from the battlefield to rest and recover. Of course, logically speaking, though the royal lord did not retreat very far, ordinarily he wouldn't have been disturbed where he was. Even if he had hidden at the rear of the Black Ink clan army, he could rest easy and recover as long as the humans did not slaughter their way through the entire Western Black Ink army. However, the battle developed in a manner far outside his predictions. Zhong Liang had an overwhelming advantage on the Western Front, having borrowed troops from the other three armies. The Western Black Ink army was repeatedly defeated and forced to withdraw over and over again. Yang Kai and Feng Ying, who were battling on the front lines, had already fought their way right up to the royal lord's hiding place. Then, in one move, Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation just happened to explode near the royal lord and revealed his figure, interfering with his recovery. This situation resulted from a series of accidents and coincidences, startling both the humans and the Black Ink clan. When the royal lord awakened, his pressure instantly filled the battlefield, and the continual slaughtering came to an abrupt halt. Whether it was the humans or the Black Ink clansmen, they all fell into a stupor for a brief moment. Ding Yao, Liang Yulong, Zhong Liang, Shen Tuemo, and all the other Eighth Order masters acutely felt the aura of the royal lord. Turning to look at the source of the aura, their expressions became grim. The royal lord, whose location was a complete mystery to them, was actually on the western battlefield. They had previously tried hard to locate him to gain a tactical advantage, but now he had just been revealed by accident. They had also considered where the royal lord would hide to heal his wounds after being injured by the old ancestor, but the void was vast, so the royal lord simply needed to choose a secure place some distance away, and the human race would never be able to find him. Who knew that all this time he was so close? The rich Black Ink cloud had obscured his figure and aura, and the Black Ink clan army stationed nearby gave him the best protection. Not to mention the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even the old ancestors wouldn't have thought that the royal lord would do such a thing. Zhong Liang instantly felt enlightened, as the questions he had been harboring since learning about the withdrawal of the Black Ink clan from the other three fronts were resolved. He now knew why the Black Ink clan armies, which clearly had the upper hand on the other three fronts, abruptly withdrew and began rushing to the west. This was clearly for protection. The humans and most of the Black Ink clan had no idea where the royal lord was hiding, but the top territory lords would definitely be aware of this information. The Black Ink army on the Western Front was being pushed back as the humans were pressing their advantage, forcing them to retreat again and again. Once the human army invaded the area where the royal lord was healing, the royal lord would undoubtedly be exposed. This could not be allowed, so as a last resort, even though they had the upper hand on the other three fronts, they had to retreat to provide assistance. As a result, they surrendered their advantage and switched from offense to defense. Ding Yao and others also reacted quickly, leading their armies to pursue and kill, inflicting huge casualties to the Black Ink clan armies. Zhong Liang couldn't help but laugh wildly as he comprehended everything. There were numerous twists in this battle that threw them off guard, but overall, the current scenario was extremely favorable to the human race. This was all thanks to him borrowing troops from the other three armies to force back the Black Ink clan on the Western Front. Originally, the plan was to quickly defeat them and rescue Yang Kai from the battlefield. However, at this moment, this one action had actually altered the entire course of the current war. In the next moment, Zhong Liang's heart sank and his face turned black when he remembered Yang Kai. Zhong Liang was so distracted by the sudden and unexpected changes that were happening on the battlefield that he temporarily forgot that Yang Kai was still fighting on the front lines. The little bastard was undoubtedly at the very tip of the Western Army's spear, which meant he was quite far forward. If he was killed by the Royal Lord, this battle would still be counted as a massive loss even if they managed to slaughter every last Black Ink clansman present. Zhong Liang had no idea that the Royal Lord had been revealed by Yang Kai's accidental action. There was no telling whether he would laugh or cry in exasperation if he found out. "I'll leave this place to you," Zhong Liang said to the human masters around him before turning around and dashing towards the Western Front, hoping in his heart that Yang Kai did not encounter an accident. At the same moment as Zhong Liang set off, the door to a certain palace in the depths of blue sky pass opened and a figure shot out, transforming into a stream of light as he soared towards the battlefield. The old ancestor had taken action. Yang Kai and Feng Ying had been immobilized at the leading edge of the Western Front. Before the glare of the Royal Lord, they didn't even have the ability to move a finger. The difference in strength was too enormous, and both Yang Kai and Feng Ying were already arrows at the end of their flight. The two had intended to retreat to a nearby warship to rest and recover after having expended all their strength just now. But who could have predicted that this disaster would suddenly befall them? The ice-cold eyes of the Royal Lord fixed on Yang Kai, the culprit who had revealed his whereabouts, and murderous intent gradually began to rise from their depths. Of course, Yang Kai had no idea about the Royal Lord hiding here. All he did was cooperate with Feng Ying to kill a random feudal lord. Blasting off the Black Ink cloud and exposing the Royal Lord with the remnants of his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation was a complete accident. But this matter could not be explained away, nor would it be useful to even try to explain. The Royal Lord was now staring in their direction as if he was looking at a corpse, obviously aware that Yang Kai was the culprit behind his current awkward situation. As long as the Royal Lord's gaze was on them, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were incapable of moving as the pressure and nearly tangible murderous intent locked them in place. Pooh! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the Royal Lord who had been glaring coldly at Yang Kai. Opening his lips, a black mist of blood was spat out by the Royal Lord. His figure staggered and his aura fluctuated chaotically. Seeing this, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were both shocked and surprised. The Royal Lord had clearly suffered some kind of backlash from his injuries. It was apparent that his last battle with the old ancestor had left him in a bad state, one that would require several years of cultivation to recover from. What caused his current weakened condition was undoubtedly Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, which wiped away the Black Ink cloud he was hiding in. This divine manifestation naturally did not cause any direct harm to the Royal Lord, but it seemed to have disturbed him at a critical moment in his recovery. Usually, a Royal Lord wouldn't have been affected at all by an attack from a sixth-order human, even one as strong as Yang Kai. However, being interrupted at the critical juncture in his healing had caused a backlash that further aggravated his wounds. It was equivalent to the Royal Lord striking his old injuries himself. Yang Kai and Feng Ying figured all this out in an instant, and without any hesitation, they turned around and escaped while the Royal Lord was busy trying to stabilize himself. They couldn't deal with an enemy like this, especially when the two of them didn't have much strength left. If they didn't run, they would undoubtedly die. To escape faster, Yang Kai even employed space principles, trying to carry Feng Ying away with him using instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, the pair was able to flee several thousand kilometers. However, how could the Royal Lord allow the ant who disturbed him to flee after the shame he had experienced? The Royal Lords were flared with murderous intent, and the surrounding space instantly solidified, disturbing Yang Kai's space principles and freezing him in place once more. Chills shot up their spines as the aura of death descended upon them. Yang Kai had encountered several life-or-death crises since he first began treading the martial Tao, and during the human-demon war in the star boundary, his body was totally destroyed by Emosheng. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul that Yang Kai had managed to survive that disaster and resurrect himself with the help of the immortal tree. That was unquestionably the most dangerous battle he had ever fought. Still, although that battle was extremely dangerous, he never lost hope. The great emperors all gathered together and united with all the masters of the star boundary to face Emosheng. Eventually, after a hard-fought battle, they won and saved the star boundary, along with all those that lived there. But, at this very moment, targeted by this aura of death, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel despair. The royal lord he encountered in Black Territory was completely different from the one behind him now. The Black Prison royal lord had been shackled for countless eons and could not bring out anywhere near her full strength. Although the one behind him now was injured, he was still much stronger than the one Yang Kai met in Black Territory. With great effort, Yang Kai stiffly turned his head and saw the massive figure in the black ink cloud wave his giant hand, after which a torrent of darkness surged towards him. The action seemed light and casual, like flicking off an annoying bug, but the bug that was soon to be flicked off was Yang Kai. The darkness cut through the void, shattering the space around it as it rapidly approached its target. At that moment, time seemed to be frozen. Many scenes inexplicably flashed before Yang Kai's eyes. Familiar faces appeared and disappeared like a rotating lantern as his entire life's journey vividly replayed in his mind. All this while, the aura of death grew increasingly intense. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's dragon vein suddenly rampaged. The strength of his dragon vein almost exploded in the face of this certain death crisis. However, even if he transformed into his grand dragon form right now, it would be impossible to resist this seemingly offhanded attack from the Black Ink Royal Lord. The Royal Lord had really used only a small bit of force, a result of the vast disparity in their strength preventing him from even considering Yang Kai a threat worthy enough of a fight. He only intended to kill Yang Kai because he was irritated that this ant had revealed his location and interfered with his recovery process. After this simple strike, the Royal Lord quickly turned his head and gazed in the direction of Blue Sky Pass, where a shooting star-like stream of light was speeding in his direction. The familiar aura of his old enemy, the human race old ancestor, was coming. His whereabouts had been revealed, so the old ancestor would definitely not stand idly by. Facing this human race old ancestor, the Royal Lord naturally felt some anxiety, and he could not spare any energy or attention to anything else. So naturally, the irritating human bug he had just swatted had long since left his thoughts. The sound of something cracking rang out from the depths of Yang Kai's heart, and he abruptly came to his senses. The simple strike from the Royal Lord was still bearing down on him, leaving him feeling defeated. It was an absolute suppression of strength, a gulf that could not be crossed. Yang Kai had, however, encountered certain death before, so of course he would not sit still and wait for the end to take him. Yang Kai roared fiercely, resisting the agitation of the dragon vein in his body, refusing to transform into his grand dragon form at this critical juncture. The cry of a golden crow resounded across the void in the next instant, and a great sun slowly rose behind him, followed by a full moon leaping out. Even the Royal Lord, who was intently observing the old ancestor's movements, took notice of this anomaly and couldn't help glancing over to inspect it. Space principles surged as the sun and moon began orbiting around Yang Kai. When the sun set, the moon rose, and time principles propagated out. The two principal strengths swirled and intermingled just as the sun and moon did, forming a profound and mysterious new strength. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Under Yang Kai's control, the great sun and full moon rapidly spun together and crashed towards the approaching wave of darkness, space-time strength warping everything around it in a surreal manner. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper after he unleashed this blow. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but now he had forced out his greatest trump card, draining almost all the world force left in his small universe. He was now truly out of strength. Yang Kai had no clue whether he could withstand the Royal Lord's attack, but he had already given everything he had. Even under the Royal Lord's pressure, he refused to back down and resolved to fight back. There was no other sixth-order master who could claim to have ever accomplished such a feat. Now, life or death was entirely up to fate. Seemingly inspired by Yang Kai, Feng Ying, who was shivering under the royal lord's might, let out a fierce cry as well and aggressively mobilized all the strength she had left. 10,000 swords appeared before rapidly condensing into a small sword dragon only a couple dozen meters long that wrapped around Yang Kai and herself. While on the verge of blacking out, Yang Kai was wrapped within the sword dragon. He could not see the scene in front of him, nor hear any noise, only the screeching of swords rang in his ears. In the next instant, a violent surge of energy erupted, forming an unstoppable shockwave that burst out in all directions. Tumbling uncontrollably, Yang Kai clearly felt the sword dragon wrapped around him breaking apart, a result of the impact of the shockwave. Just the fallout had such a violent impact, so it was easy to imagine just how they would have fared if they were struck directly by the royal lord's attack. Feng Ying coughed up blood repeatedly. When her myriad swords dragon, her divine manifestation, was damaged, she naturally suffered along with it. Moments later, the myriad swords dragon completely shattered, revealing the two figures hidden inside. The aftermath was still rampaging, and fresh blood from both Yang Kai and Feng Ying violently gushed from their wounds. They both felt as though they were fallen leaves caught in the raging storm, at risk of being ripped to pieces at any moment. Even at this point, though, Feng Ying was still tightly gripping Yang Kai's arm, keeping him from separating from her. As Zhong Liang approached from behind, he happened to see the collision of the wave of darkness with the sun and moon divine will from afar. To one party, it was simply a casual strike, while to the other, it was everything they could muster. However, the darkness still came out on top in the clash, collapsing the sun and moon divine will after only a brief standstill. The attack then directly smashed into the sword dragon. Zhong Liang's face paled at this sight, and in the next instant he spat out a mouthful of blood mist, burning his own blood essence just to increase his speed. He originally didn't know where Yang Kai was, but the second he saw the sword dragon, he understood. Feng Ying's divine manifestation couldn't be more obvious, and Zhong Liang knew she was together with Yang Kai. Zhong Liang's heart pounded with anxiety. How could the royal lord attack the two of them out of everyone around? Zhong Liang didn't think that the royal lord would be so petty as to assault weaklings like Yang Kai and Feng Ying. The only enemies the royal lord should have paid any attention to were the old ancestor and the Eighth Order humans. The old ancestor was also already rushing to the battlefield, so the most logical course of action for the royal lord was to conserve his energy for the coming fight. So why would the royal lord actually target Yang Kai and Feng Ying? Zhong Liang's speed increased dramatically when he burnt his blood essence, and he arrived at where Yang Kai and Feng Ying were after just 3 breaths of time. With his blade drawn, he slashed forward and cut through the remnant shockwave. He wasn't weak. After all, he was an 8-order Open Heaven Realm Master and the Western Army commander. Under normal circumstances, such a casual strike from a royal lord wouldn't have been too difficult for Zhong Liang to block because the other party hadn't put any real strength into the attack. However, Zhong Liang had just burnt his blood essence, and though it gave him a momentary boost in speed, he suffered from a backlash soon after, resulting in a loss of strength. As such, he was pushed back and slightly injured when dispersing the shockwave. Before he even checked his own condition, though, Zhong Liang immediately whirled around and grabbed both Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Looking down at them, he saw that they were both drenched in blood and their auras were so weak they could barely be detected. Feng Ying was in a particularly bad shape and had seemingly slipped into a coma. However, Zhong Liang was relieved to discover that Yang Kai was still alive. As long as he didn't die, he could slowly restore himself. From behind, a terrible force erupted. Zhong Liang turned his head to look and his eyes caught sight of 2 figures, one large and one small, battling in the distance. Every time they collided, space shattered like glass, rending apart chaotically. It was the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord. The surrounding humans and Black Ink clansmen hurriedly withdrew. In such a battle, no one could interfere or they would only end up dead. The royal lord was unconcerned with the lives of his subordinates, but the old ancestor wasn't. Therefore, whenever he clashed with the royal lord, he would purposefully shift their battlefield to an area further away from the army. The location they were at was not suitable to linger at for much longer. So Zhong Liang tightened his grip on Feng Ying and Yang Kai and dashed towards Blue Sky Pass. Shortly after, Zhong Liang set down both of them on the outer ramparts of Blue Sky Pass and scolded Yang Kai while glaring at him. "Stay here. If you have the audacity to run off again, I'll break your damn legs." Yang Kai's neck shrank as he spoke weakly. "In my condition, I couldn't move even if I wanted to. I'll deal with you later," Zhong Liang furiously snapped. After instructing some nearby cultivators to tend to Yang Kai and Feng Ying's injuries, Zhong Liang returned to the battlefield. His 8th Order strength could not be absent on the battlefield at this crucial time. The outcome of the current war was about to be determined, so he had to return. Those left behind immediately took out healing pills and gave them to Yang Kai and Feng Ying after receiving orders from Zhong Liang. Compared to Feng Ying, Yang Kai was luckier as he was awake at the very least. Whereas Feng Ying was already in a coma, so they could only open her lips and place the healing pill in her mouth before using their own world force to help her refine its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the wall, staring out into the vast battlefield, feeling delighted. Fortunately, the royal lord did not take him or Feng Ying seriously as he needed to conserve his strength to battle against the old ancestor, or else both of them would have died then and there. The wave of darkness that struck them managed to destroy his sun and moon divine wheel and Feng Ying's divine manifestation, while still having enough power remaining to inflict critical injuries to both of them. Yang Kai was not in a rush to recover though, as he was more concerned about the outcome of the war. In any case, he had an intrepid physique due to his dragon vein with strong restoration powers. Though his injuries appeared quite serious, possibly even fatal, it would only take him cultivating for a few days to recover. The results of the current battle were of more interest to Yang Kai right now. Yang Kai first concentrated on the battle between the human old ancestor and the Black Ink Royal Lord. The two figures clashed with one another several 100,000 kilometers away, and the intense fallout from their attacks generated shockwaves that were visible even from Blue Sky Pass outer walls. No one dared to go near them, and both armies had intentionally shifted away. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the frightening fallout of their battle. This was the power of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Royal Lord. It was simply astonishing. With his current ability, Yang Kai couldn't tell which side had the advantage. He only felt that they were evenly matched. Within a short period of time, the two figures gradually drifted away, eventually fading out of sight entirely. It was a pity that he wouldn't get to watch these two masters battle it out till the end. Nonetheless, Yang Kai could tell from what just happened that the old ancestor had the upper hand. After all, only when the old ancestor had the upper hand would their battlefield be brought far away to avoid involving others. On the contrary, if the royal lord had the upper hand, he would have brought the battle closer to the human armies, so that the old ancestor's movements would be restricted. This outcome was no surprise once he thought about it though. Although Yang Kai personally verified on the battlefield that the Black Ink clansmen were noticeably weaker than humans in the equivalent realm, the discrepancy seemed to get smaller the higher one's strength was, to the point where it was basically indistinguishable for old ancestors and royal lords. After all royal lords endured countless years of accumulation and combat to achieve their strength, effectively eliminating the drawbacks from their prior rapid cultivation. In the previous battle, both the royal lord and old ancestor had been injured, so it was already clear that they were roughly equal in strength. In fact, the battle between the royal lord and old ancestor had repeated itself over and over again as the Black Ink clan repeatedly launched attacks against the Great Pass. Under normal circumstances, such battles would persist for years, if not longer. However, an accident had happened that disrupted the normal rhythm of these battles. Yang Kai snuck out of Blue Sky Pass, intending to break through to the 7th Order in battle. When Zhong Liang became aware of this, he hastily borrowed men from the other three armies in order to gain complete control of the Western Front and force Yang Kai to return. As a result, the Black Ink clan's Western forces collapsed and were swiftly forced to retreat. This put the Black Ink cloud, where the royal lord was hiding to heal, in danger. Coincidentally, Yang Kai's divine manifestation revealed the royal lord's whereabouts and interfered with the latter's recovery at a critical moment. As a result, not only did the royal lord's injuries not heal, they worsened. The old ancestor's injuries had definitely not fully healed either. Once a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was injured, it would be difficult for them to recover. Nonetheless, it was far better to interrupt one's own healing than to be interrupted by someone else while healing. If nothing went wrong, the old ancestor would certainly win this battle. As to whether the royal lord could be killed, it was impossible for Yang Kai to judge. The situation here was even more lopsided. The Black Ink clan had essentially given up trying to hold their group and were in full retreat. As a result, casualties continued to pile up on the Black Ink clan's side as the human armies pursued them relentlessly, creating a one-sided slaughter. Although the battle was not finished, victory had essentially been decided. Yang Kai had been on the front lines of the Western Front for a day or so now. Thus, he had no idea what was going on in the northern, southern, and eastern fronts. He had no idea that his revelation of the Royal Lord's location had forced the Black Ink clan to abandon their advantage on the other three battlefields to provide assistance, resulting in them being pursued by Ding Yao's, Liang Yulong's, and Shen Tumo's armies. In this process, the Black Ink army suffered huge losses, laying the groundwork for Blue Sky Pass victory. The injured human cultivators constantly returned to the inner sanctum, carrying news from the front lines. Within one day, the Black Ink clan army had been forced to retreat 300,000 kilometers, and this increased to 1 million kilometers by the end of the next day. Yet, the human armies continued to pursue and destroy them. It wasn't until the third day of pursuit that the human armies disengaged and returned from battle. The Black Ink army had suffered nearly 50% casualties in this battle, so it was not an exaggeration to say their foundation had been severely damaged. Since ancient times, the number of such overwhelming victories could be counted with one's fingers. This was a true victory that filled Blue Sky Pass with a joyous atmosphere. Everyone understood that this battle would lead to at least 100 years of peace and stability. In the next 100 years, the Black Ink clan would not have the power to launch another large-scale attack. The old ancestor had yet to return, and it was unknown how the battle with the Royal Lord had gone. The Eighth Order Masters gathered briefly to discuss and came to the conclusion that half of them would stay back to take charge of the Great Pass while the rest would seek out two Peak Masters. It wasn't that they were worried that the old ancestor would lose, but rather that they wanted to seek an opportunity to help the old ancestor slaughter the Royal Lord. If this could be achieved, the Blue Sky Theater on the Black Ink battlefield would be stilled for at least 1,000 years. After all, only when another Royal Lord was born from the Black Ink clan could they afford to launch an offensive against Blue Sky Pass again. It wasn't easy for a Royal Lord to appear. Similar to Ninth Order old ancestors, it would be 1,000 to several thousands years between the appearance of such a master. Both Royal Lords and Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the strongest of both races. A few days later, the old ancestor returned, accompanied by the Eighth Order Masters who had gone to assist him. Most were unaware of the outcome of the battle between the two strongest masters. However, with a deliberate announcement, everyone quickly learned the truth. The Black Ink Royal Lord was seriously wounded by the old ancestor and had fled to the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, where he would not be able to completely recover for at least 100 years. When the news broke, Blue Sky Pass celebrated. This was not the best result, but it was still quite welcome. Everyone knew that a royal lord could not be killed so easily. There had never been such a fierce battle in the Blue Sky Pass. During all previous battles, it took a long period of time to gradually wear down the Black Ink clan until they were forced to retreat. This process might take a few years, a few dozen years, or perhaps even 100 years, but this time it only took them half a year, and the Black Ink clan army did not voluntarily retreat but were forced to. The masters of Blue Sky Pass were all complimenting the wisdom and heroism of the four army commanders, especially Western Army Commander Zhongliang, who received compliments like snow falling from the sky. If he hadn't borrowed men from the three other fronts to sweep clean the Western Front, it wouldn't have been possible to expose the Royal Lord's whereabouts and ensure their great victory. In the eyes of those who were unaware of what actually happened, they thought that Zhongliang's decision was a brilliant tactical move, gathering troops on the Western Front and forcing the Black Ink clan to abandon the other three fronts to provide reinforcements. giving Ding Yao and the rest a chance to pursue them from behind. There were also rumors in the inner sanctum that Zhongliang had long predicted that the royal lord was hiding somewhere on the western front to recover, which was why such a decision was made. Talk of brilliant strategy and decisive commands were all just crap. If Zhongliang really had such ability, he would have already led the whole army to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all. But Zhongliang could not explain to them, so he had to endure these compliments which caused his cheeks to burn every single day. After the battle, Blue Sky Pass could not rest though. There was a lot to do, including cleaning the battlefield. Due to the deaths of so many Black Ink clansmen, innumerable black ink clouds of all shapes and sizes had appeared all over the battlefield. Those had to be cleaned up or they would have difficulty moving about. In addition, the clouds would serve as a cover for the Black Ink clan army in their next attack, so they had to be dealt with. There were also specialized individuals who would count the casualties and record military merits. Each army commander was naturally also quite busy. Many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assembled in the main conference hall to address a variety of issues after the war. Other than the few that were injured and needed immediate treatment, all other 8th Order Masters were present. None of them liked to procrastinate, so they only spent half a day finishing their discussion. There is one last thing to discuss. Please share your views freely. Zhongliang cleared his throat and said. The others turned to look at him. All of you know the reason why this battle experienced such rapid changes. Zhongliang continued as he rubbed his nose. Of course, it was because of Brother Zhong's incredible insight and brilliant strategy, redeploying our forces so wisely to corner the enemy. Ding Yao opined enthusiastically. This Ding is truly impressed. The main credit for the victory of this battle belongs to the Western Army. The Northern, Southern, and Eastern armies were just supporting characters. The crowd burst into laughter. As the saying goes, never air your dirty laundry in public. Zhongliang glared at Ding Yao and knocked on the table. You're not young anymore. Stop joking around. Ding Yao chuckled lightly before falling silent. Zhongliang then continued. Whether Yang Kai caused trouble or helped gain victory in the battle, please share your views. Everyone became quiet as soon as the words were said. Blue Sky Pass was the center of a massive battlefield. It was not like the sects of the 3,000 worlds, where merits and demerits were subject to opinion. Rewards and penalties here were a military matter, so there was no room for favoritism, and strict adherence to rules and regulations was necessary to maintain discipline. Seeing that no one was talking, Zhongliang turned to one of them and spoke. Brother Liu, Yang Kai can be considered part of Yin-Yang Heaven. Please offer your opinion. Lu Wen, who got called out, laughed wryly before replying. Brother Zhong, as you've just said, Yang Kai can be considered part of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. If I were to speak my opinion, I would definitely stand on his side. So, I don't think I should say anything. It's fine for you to speak. If you have a point, it's all right even if you take his side, Zhongliang insisted. Seeing his persistence, Luan pondered for a while before stating. Before Yang Kai came, the corruption of black ink strength had always been a problem that troubled the human race. But after he came here, he easily solved it, and according to what I know, the number of people who were personally rescued by him was no less than 3,000. This action alone has preserved the life and strength of 3,000 of our Blue Sky Passes soldiers. Is that not a tremendous merit? Everyone nodded in agreement, as this was an undeniable truth. Yang Kai had treated nearly people from all 4 armies, from every division, and almost every battalion. Subsequently, he helped create the purifying black ink battleships together with Brother Donghua from Divine Cauldron Heaven, Fan Sun of Mo Sha Heaven, and several others. Besides that, he arranged universe arrays on each of the purifying black ink battleships and filled them with a large amount of purifying light. Which of the 4 armies did not receive great boons from this purifying light during the latest battle? This can also be considered a huge merit. It was not difficult to achieve merits on this black ink battlefield. However, it was difficult to gain large ones. Many might not even be able to obtain one outstanding merit throughout their life. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had gained 2 large merits in less than a year after arriving at Blue Sky Pass, which was simply unprecedented. With this, even if he made any mistakes, his merits were enough to outweigh them. Luan stated that he intended to favor Yang Kai, which he did, but the favoritism was reasonable and others could not argue with it because what he said was agreed upon by everyone present. He is just a sixth-order brat, yet he raced to the front line of the battle. Though unintended, he accidentally discovered the hiding place of the royal lord, which interfered with his recovery and prompted the Black Ink clan armies from the other three fronts to rush over as reinforcements. This provided an excellent chance for our armies to pursue and slaughter them. In addition, it also established the groundwork for the old ancestor to cause great harm to the royal lord. Could be said that this huge victory was all due to Yang Kai. The battle Blue Sky Pass faced might not have been as easy if he hadn't snuck out. This was another huge merit, Luan added. Now, Yang Kai had accomplished 3 great merits. In one war, he had gained 3 great merits. This was never heard nor seen of. When Zhongliang heard that, he chuckled. According to what Brother Lu stated, we have to reward Yang Kai properly. Brother Lu, even if Yang Kai is part of Inyang Cave Heaven, your favoritism is too obvious. Of course, after talking about his merits, naturally he has demerits too. Not to mention that he disobeyed orders on the battlefield and insisted on doing things of his will. Because of him, the 3 fronts had to send out a portion of their men to aid him, putting countless lives at risk. Luan said with a slight smile. Zhongliang had to endure large risks as well, when he borrowed men from the other 3 fronts. If the war on the Western Front did not conclude in time, then the battle on the Southern, Northern, and Eastern fronts would have become unsustainable. In the worst-case scenario, their defense lines would be broken through, resulting in massive casualties. Although this did not occur, it was highly probable that it would have if the royal lord's location had not been revealed, and his recovery had not been interfered with. It's a big demerit to disobey orders, and it's another to put others in danger as a result. For the time being, although his merits outweigh his demerits, I'd say we should neither punish nor reward him. Luan concluded. Everyone in the main hall was silent. Luan previously stated that he would side with Yang Kai, but how was this considered favoritism? 3 great merits and 2 big demerits. There was still 1 great merit to be rewarded, but Luan suggested not doing so. This obviously was not favoritism, on the contrary, it had the notion of repression. However, everyone understood that Luan was from Inyang Cave Heaven, and so was Yang Kai. Him only stating this was to avoid suspicion of being too biased. Although they were from the same sect, that was of little importance on the Black Ink battlefield. His relationship with those in the inner sanctum was far more critical. Only when Blue Sky Pass was one cohesive force could they continue to repel powerful foes. No, Ding Yao remarked, waving his hand. If you've gained a merit, you will be rewarded, and if you gained a demerit, you will be punished. This is the rule. If merits and demerits can be cancelled out, it would become a mess in the future. Zhongliang glanced at him and said, Brother Ding, what's your opinion? Ding Yao said softly, that brat has indeed accomplished a lot in this battle, so the punishment can't be too severe. How about this? Since the battlefield needs to be cleaned, we'll delegate him an area to be responsible for. Can that even be counted as punishment? Zhongliang laughed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Kai held the key to purifying and eliminating Black Ink strength. Who hadn't heard of his name in the inner sanctum? Any one of them might need his help in the future, so it was only natural that they would try to get on his good side. There were also those that received his help while on the battlefield. In fact, many said at the time that if they were able to return alive, they would invite him to have a drink. They had all come to fulfill their promises now that the battle was over. It was a pity that Yang Kai seemed to be in retreat and not meeting anyone. Shin Tumo gave a light nod and said, That's a good idea. When that kid arrived at Blue Sky Pass for the first time, he was informed of the inner sanctum's rules. Now that his punishment is settled on, what about this reward? He still has some massive accomplishments, so his rewards can't be ignored. Can they? Ding Yao responded with a smile. Since it is a small punishment, the reward should be minimal as well. His military merits cannot be erased, so note them down for him for now, and he can exchange them for anything in the War Materials Hall at a later date. As for his position going forward, that's a bit more complicated. When Ding Yao mentioned complicated, everyone knew what he meant. According to what Yang Kai accomplished, even promoting him to battalion commander was less than what he deserved. However, this boy was only a 6th order master, so how could he take on the role of battalion commander? Which battalion commander in Blue Sky Pass was not a peak 7th order master? If his ability was insufficient, he would be unable to convince his subordinates. I propose that he be promoted to squad leader for now, Ding Yao stated while glancing at the crowd. Someone instantly objected, saying, I heard he's only a 6th order master. His cultivation isn't sufficient to be a squad leader, right? Although there were only a dozen or so people in a squad, as the squad leader, Yang Kai would be responsible for all of their lives. Being in the 6th order open heaven realm was indeed too low. Ding Yao smiled and replied, He is indeed in the 6th order, but which of you has seen a 6th order junior fight on par with a 7th order master before? His performance on the battlefield this time was more dazzling than many established 7th order masters. With the cooperation of Feng Ying, they killed no less than a dozen feudal lords, and don't forget that this brat can also transform into a grand dragon. In that form, his strength is comparable to a peak 7th order master. Strength is also something that can be improved with time. That brat advanced to the 5th order open heaven realm initially and, after taking a mid-rank world fruit, advanced to the 6th order. So, he is also expected to reach the 8th order in the future. Hearing what he said, everyone agreed. Then, according to what Brother Ding said, we'll let him be promoted to squad leader, but one thing must be made clear. Whose army will he be joining? Liang Yulong remarked. Zhong Liang replied, Of course he will belong to my Western army. Feng Ying brought him here in the first place. Shin Tuemo grinned meaningfully. He is from Inyang Cave Heaven. And Brother Lu and is part of my Northern army? Shouldn't he join us instead? Ding Yao chimed in immediately. It's not right for you to put it like that. No matter your background, we're all one family on the Black Ink battlefield. There's no such thing as Inyang Cave Heaven. I'd say that it's preferable for him to come to the Eastern Army. The 4 army commanders glanced at each other. No one wanted to back down, obviously wanting to get Yang Kai to work under them. Although each army had a purifying black ink battleship and could utilize the purifying light stored inside of it, every army still wanted a gifted talent like Yang Kai to join them. As for the fact that his cultivation was not enough to be a squad leader, it was not mentioned anymore. For a long time in the main conference hall, the 4 army commanders argued back and forth while the many division commanders glanced around at each other helplessly. The 4 army commanders going all out to recruit a single 6th order junior was unprecedented. However, everyone knew of Yang Kai's significance, so they could understand their motivations. When the meeting finished, everyone left. The 4 army commanders walked at the back, seemingly as friendly as if they had not just argued. Brother Ding, don't you need to check in on the Eastern Army? Why are you walking in this direction? Zhong Liang suddenly looked at Ding Yao. Just taking a stroll. Why do you care? Replied Ding Yao, his hands folded behind his back. Having said so, he indeed strolled off. Brother Liang, why are you walking this way too? Zhong Liang looked at Liang Yulong with a darkening expression. Liang Yulong laughed and said, I have something to discuss with Brother Ding. After that, he followed Ding Yao and left. Then, Zhong Liang turned to Shen Tuemo, who said with no courtesy, These legs are attached to my body. Why does it concern you where they're leading me? He then left with the other 2. Bastards! A bunch of shameless old dogs who want to snatch what's mine, muttered Zhong Liang. A short while later, 4 figures arrived one after another at a certain courtyard. There were a lot of residences in Blue Sky Pass for those in the inner sanctum. Blue Sky Pass could accommodate tens of thousands of people easily, and everyone had their own residence. The higher the position, the better the benefits. This was Feng Ying's home. As a battalion commander, she lived in her own courtyard. Though it wasn't particularly big, it clean and well kept. Yang Kai hadn't had time to register, so he didn't have a distinct identity in Blue Sky Pass, nor a permanent residence. Therefore, he followed Feng Ying here after the battle. Feng Ying swiftly emerged after sensing someone approaching. When she saw the 4 army commanders though, she couldn't help but be shocked and greeted hurriedly. "Greetings, sirs." Zhong Liang nodded lightly, cast a wary glance at the other three, and inquired, "Where is young boy?" "In retreat," Feng Ying said, glancing in the direction of a private chamber. Zhong Liang frowned. "How are his injuries?" He remembered Yang Kai and Feng Ying's miserable state when he carried them back from the battlefield. Feng Ying was even unconscious at the time. "His injuries are fine, but what?" Zhong Liang anxiously asked. Feng Ying quickly answered. "But he said that he felt like he had the chance to break through. If his retreat this time is successful, he could advance to the Seventh Order after leaving seclusion." Zhong Liang and the rest were both shocked and pleasantly surprised. One of the division commanders in the conference hall mentioned that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low for him to be promoted to squad leader, but it seemed this was no longer an issue, since the chance for advancement had been recognized. Reaching the Seventh Order should be a given. For a squad leader, being in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was the most suitable. The fact that Yang Kai suddenly entered retreat to advance to the Seventh Order made Zhong Liang extremely excited. This brat could already exert such power while just in the Sixth Order. If he advances to the Seventh Order, how strong would he be? Thinking about it again, it was no surprise that Yang Kai felt an opportunity to break through. Yang Kai snuck out of Blue Sky Pass and onto the battlefield this time, hoping to break through while facing death in battle, but events unfolded far differently than he had anticipated. The battlefield was dangerous, and even the best of plans could never keep up with ever-changing circumstances. Feng Ying arrived just in time to find Yang Kai, and with her watching over him, he had been safe. Yang Kai himself understood this too, so when he met Feng Ying, he abandoned his initial plan and joined forces with her to defeat as many enemies as possible. However, the Royal Lord's location was unintentionally exposed by Yang Kai, disrupting the former's recovery. As a result, the Royal Lord became annoyed and attacked the two of them. It was a casual blow for the Royal Lord, but to Yang Kai and Feng Ying it was a death sentence. Facing certain death, Yang Kai had no time to think and could only go all out. It was only with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel and Feng Ying's Myriad Swords Dragon that the pair managed to barely survive and hold out until Zhong Liang arrived. At the moment of critical danger, it was when under overwhelming pressure that something seemed to have shattered inside Yang Kai. He didn't notice it at that time, but when Yang Kai was back in Blue Sky Pass, safe from the ongoing war, he realized that the shackles that he had been trying to break through during his previous retreat snapped under the immense pressure. It truly was a great fortune that was stumbled upon by accident. Yang Kai would naturally not let go of this fantastic opportunity now that he had grasped it. When the battle was over, he returned with Feng Ying, informed her about his situation, then entered retreat to break through. Naturally, when Zhong Liang and others came to look for him, he was not available. However, the four army commanders were overjoyed when they heard that Yang Kai was advancing to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai's existence was too important to the human race. So obviously, the greater the strength he had, the better. The Black Ink battlefield had a lot of dangers, so if Yang Kai was stronger, he would have a better ability to protect himself. The Fifth Order was too low and the Sixth Order was the bare minimum. If Yang Kai advanced to the Seventh Order, though, he could play a much larger role. Very good. If this little brat can break through, it will be good for all of us. Zhong Liang nodded repeatedly. Ding Yao and the others agreed. But breaking through to the Seventh Order from the Sixth Order was a long and arduous task. The proprietress took over 100 years in retreat in order to break through this same barrier. Zhong Liang and others had also gone through this experience, so they were very clear about the process. The four of them set aside their desires to win over Yang Kai after knowing that they could not see him for the time being. Then, Zhong Liang instructed, "You stay here to look after him. Notify me as soon as possible once he's done." Feng Ying nodded. "Let's go," Zhong Liang said. There were still a lot of post-battle tasks to attend to and each of them had their own responsibilities, so it was impossible to keep waiting here. Zhong Liang followed the sound and turned his head to look. "What's that?" Zhong Liang and the others were startled at first, but that was soon followed by a change in their expressions. The seclusion chamber was a place for cultivators to enter retreat, and it wouldn't be easily opened once sealed. If Yang Kai chose to enter retreat here at Feng Ying's place, he would undoubtedly be using this room. Unless the one using it chose to, opening a seclusion chamber could only be done through force, and obviously that was not the case here. It's just, why would the seclusion chamber open for no reason? Yang Kai only entered retreat a few days ago, so could he have encountered an accident? As they thought of this possibility, Zhong Liang and the others were no longer able to remain calm. They all strode over to the seclusion chamber in a hurry. Soon after, Yang Kai emerged from the chamber, still topless, with many of his wounds from the previous battle not even healed yet. Of course, he seemed to have recovered significantly all the same. Zhong Liang and the others suspected something went wrong with his retreat. Otherwise, why would he come out on his own? But, when they laid eyes on him, there didn't seem to be anything amiss. In fact, he seemed invigorated and revitalized. There was something odd about his aura too. It was not a sixth-order aura, but rather a seventh-order one. Having just broken through, Yang Kai seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar with the power of seventh-order open heaven realm, and could not control his world force adeptly, causing some of his aura and power to leak out. Zhong Liang and the others immediately widened their eyes in surprise as they stared at him in shock. Yang Kai noticed them as well and pondered why these four were here. Still, he quickly composed himself and saluted. "Greetings, seniors." Zhong Liang and others remained silent, their four pairs of eyes examining Yang Kai from top to bottom. Yang Kai was feeling uneasy when these four were scrutinizing him in such a manner. It felt like there was something odd with their gaze, but he could not understand what it was. As such, he cautiously asked, "Seniors, what brings you here today?" "Don't move," Zhong Liang commanded in a deep voice, took a step forward and reached out to Yang Kai's dantian, touching it with his palm before investigating it thoroughly. Ding Yao and the rest stood back and waited quietly. A few moments later, Zhong Liang withdrew his hands, his expression odd. "So?" Ding Yao asked. "Strange. He's reached the seventh order without a doubt." Zhong Liang shook his head and glanced at Ding Yao and the others. Under his inspection, he confirmed that Yang Kai had indeed advanced to the seventh order, which was completely unbelievable. "You're sure you're not mistaken?" Liang Yulong inquired, agitated. Zhong Liang rolled his eyes. "You can check for yourself if you don't believe me. His foundation doesn't even seem to be unstable." Yang Kai became even more confused, turning to Zhong Liang and asking, "Senior, what happened?" "If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask?" Zhong Liang turned to face him. "How did you advance to the seventh order?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow for a moment before replying nonchalantly. "I sensed an opportunity to break through, so I entered retreat for a while and broke through." The way he spoke about it was like he had been hungry, decided to eat, and was now full. Feng Ying finally pulled herself together and commented, "That's the problem." "What's the problem?" Yang Kai frowned. This advancement had gone unexpectedly well, so he didn't suspect anything was wrong. Feng Ying sighed and said, "Let's put it this way. It took 40 years from the time I sensed the opportunity to break through to the seventh order until I finally succeeded. Not only me, every seventh order master experiences something similar. It takes a long time to break through because the seventh order is a massive watershed where one small universe must undergo the process of materializing. This is an extraordinarily long and difficult process that cannot be completed overnight." As she spoke though, Feng Ying abruptly came to a realization. "Ah, your small universe had already materialized, so you could skip over that step in your breakthrough. Still, it all happened so fast, and there were no major signs of a breakthrough as well. It had only been a few days, yet Yang Kai actually broke through to the seventh order. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would never have been able to believe it." Zhong Liang recalled this fact once Feng Ying reminded them. They had all checked Yang Kai's small universe before, and unlike other sixth-order open heaven realms masters, his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material. Therefore, Yang Kai did not have to go through arduous process of materializing his small universe to advance to the seventh order. What concerned Zhong Liang the most before was Yang Kai feeling his opportunity for a breakthrough on the battlefield. If he did, he would be forced to break through while in battle, which would sap him of all his strength during the transforming process, which would place him in a precarious state. Fortunately, that did not happen. After hearing Feng Ying's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood everyone's earlier odd reaction. He also had some idea of what happened when others advanced to the Seventh Order. Still, this realization took him aback. But since his special small universe had saved him a huge amount of time, as far as he was concerned, it was something to celebrate. This time, his retreat went rather smoothly. After a few days of effort, his bottleneck was shattered, and he naturally advanced from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order, moving up to join the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, he was now just one step away from his upper limit, the Eighth Order. Your circumstances are unique, Zhong Liang stated after some thought. Please pay more attention over the course of the next few years. Make sure you report to us if you sense any abnormalities. Yes, Yang Kai replied, then asked again. So, what brought you here today, seniors? The old ancestor wants to see you. Zhong Liang turned serious. When the old ancestor returned, Yang Kai was already in retreat, but the former had been greatly intrigued by the existence of a person like Yang Kai in the inner sanctum. So, he instructed Yang Kai to pay him a visit as soon as possible. When? Yang Kai asked. He also desired to meet with the old ancestor, but previously, the old ancestor was in the midst of recovering from his injuries, so he could not meet him. The issue of the Void Corridor had to be reported, but in accordance with Meng Qi's instructions before his death, Yang Kai never disclosed the issue to anyone else, only planning to explain everything when he met the old ancestor. Zhong Liang suddenly turned awkward. Maybe in a few years. The old ancestor should be recovering right now. Although he instructed you to meet him, nobody expected you to be out of retreat so quickly. According to the old ancestor's previous estimation, Yang Kai would need at least a few dozen years to advance to the Seventh Order. By that time, he would have completed his recovery and could meet this interesting junior, who knew in just a few days Yang Kai had already successfully advanced to the Seventh Order. Besides, the old ancestor hadn't fully recovered from his previous injuries when he went out to battle the Royal Lord again. They really should not interfere with him this time when he returned to recover. Yang Kai nodded without objections. Good. Get some rest. We'll take our leave, Zhong Liang said as he signaled to Ding Yao and the others. Yang Kai and Feng Ying bowed and watched them leave. After exiting the courtyard, Liang Yulong suddenly asked, Brother Zhong, what are you up to? The four of them hurried over here, hoping to recruit Yang Kai into their respective army. But no one spoke about this matter, and Zhong Liang even motioned them to leave quickly. Of course, Liang Yulong wanted to ask why. Zhong Liang then replied, I considered it thoroughly. We old fogies should not trouble the little ones. How do you want him to choose if all four armies try to recruit him? It's not appropriate for him to promise any one of us. We are all part of Blue Sky Pass anyways. So let's let things drift for now and we can talk about it after he has become more familiar with things here. Ding Yao answered with a nod. Good. It will indeed make things difficult for him if we force him to choose now. The future is still far, so let's not be in such a hurry. Since they had said so, Liang Yulong and Shin Tumo could not object either. Thus the subject was put on hold for the time being. Just after Zhong Liang and the others left Feng Ying's courtyard, someone else came for a visit. Yang Kai didn't know them, but after Feng Ying's introduction, he learned that the visitor was from Blue Sky Pass Merit Hall. The Merit Hall was a very important organization in Blue Sky Pass, as its main responsibility was to document everyone's military merits in each battle. The military merits could be exchanged for cultivation resources at the War Materials Hall. Now that Yang Kai knew who this person was, he naturally wouldn't show him any disrespect. It was fine when he didn't know who he was before, but now that he knew the identity of the person before him, he was curious to know what military merits he had obtained in this battle. However, to his shock, the visitor hadn't come to announce his military merits. Instead, that person came here under the order of the army commanders of the four armies to announce his punishment. He had defied orders from the Western Army commander, disregarded the overall situation, and put himself and others in danger. After a discussion, the 4 army commanders decided to punish Yang Kai by making him clean up the battlefield. The punishment left Yang Kai dumbfounded. The man from the merit hall laughed sheepishly, handed Yang Kai the jade slip, and cupped his fist while saying, "Brother Yang, I'm only following orders, so please don't be upset with me. Cleaning the battlefield is not difficult, but it's time-consuming. This isn't really much of a punishment. Oh, right, the area you will be responsible for cleaning is demarcated inside this jade slip. Just take a look and you'll know what I mean." There was nothing Yang Kai could say, so he accepted the jade slip. The man from the merit hall left without saying anything else. Then, as Yang Kai stood in the same spot, he looked at the jade slip and noticed that a basic map of Blue Sky Pass and its surroundings was engraved into it. Also, the area he was assigned to clean up was also highlighted on the map. He turned to look at Feng Ying and asked, "What should I do?" Feng Ying answered, "There's not much to do, actually. The main thing is to clean up any leftover black ink clouds and black ink strength. If those are left near Blue Sky Pass, they will become something the Black Ink Army can use when they attack us again. Come with me." Saying so, she walked forward to lead the way. A few moments later, the two arrived at the War Materials Hall. Inside the hall, everyone was bustling like busy bees, and there was a continuous stream of people heading in and out. There were many who recognized Yang Kai and nodded or smiled at him. Some even came forward and greeted him so that they could have a chance to get to know him. Yang Kai politely responded to all of them. When Feng Ying finally found someone from the War Materials Hall, she asked for a set of tools used for cleaning the battlefield before leading Yang Kai away. Leaving Blue Sky Pass, moved towards the region indicated in the jade slip and soon arrived at a certain area of the battlefield. As they looked ahead, they saw the whole area was filled with black ink clouds of various shapes and sizes, as well as some dead black ink clansmen. The area Yang Kai was responsible for was about 100,000 kilometers in length, breadth, and width. It wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. Once the clouds in the net were dealt with, those with nets would return to another part of their area and repeat the process. Yang Kai came to the realization that these nets were special artifacts the human masters had come up with because black ink strength was very difficult to deal with. Up till this point, besides his purifying light, there was nothing that could disperse and purify it. Therefore, if they wanted to clean up the battlefield, they had to find another method. These nets were something they came up with through countless years of research and testing. This is the black ink trawling net. While Feng Ying spoke, she took out something that looked like a net that was about as long as a forearm. However, when she channeled world force into the net, it rapidly enlarged. This is the only thing we can use to clean up the battlefield, so we generally refer to cleaning up the battlefield as fishing. Hearing that made Yang Kai laugh. The scene before him did resemble fishermen working with their nets. The only difference was that instead of fish, there were only black ink clouds here. The black ink trawling net had no other use besides collecting black ink clouds that were from battle. "Where are the black ink clouds being sent to?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying replied, "We move them about 1 million kilometers away from here." It was no wonder that the man from the merit hall said being on the cleanup duty was not difficult but time-consuming. The black ink clouds had to be sent 1 million kilometers away at minimum, so moving back and forth alone would be quite time-consuming. After a rough estimation, Yang Kai concluded that cleaning up this 100,000 kilometers area might take at least 1 or 2 months. He had just advanced to the 7th order, and what he needed now was to consolidate his cultivation. He didn't have time to waste on fishing for clouds. Once he had a decision in mind, he immediately waved his hand. "That's too much trouble." After he finished his words, Yang Kai approached the black ink clouds, opened the portal to his small universe, and generated a suction force that began drawing everything towards it. In just a matter of breaths, the massive black ink cloud was sucked inside his small universe. Feng Ying watched speechlessly and worriedly from the side while Yang Kai's figure dashed to and fro, gathering black ink clouds of various sizes. Though Yang Kai had a world spring with him, it was uncertain if he would experience any complications from taking in so much black ink strength. Nevertheless, she relaxed after seeing that Yang Kai was doing fine. It only took Yang Kai 2 days to clean up the 100,000 kilometers area. Yet, he didn't return to the inner sanctum after he finished. Instead, he stopped somewhere in the void and stared fixedly ahead. Feng Ying approached him and asked, "What's the matter?" After faintly sighing, Yang Kai suddenly reached out his hand. Space principle surged and his hand disappeared, as though it had passed through an invisible curtain of some kind. Feng Ying's brow rose, feeling confused as to what had just happened. Space principles continued to undulate for a while before Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Open!" Feng Ying was shocked. "Is that a universe paradise?" Yang Kai's eyes looked a little dim as he replied, "I'm not sure who left this behind though. When a high-rank open heaven realm master passed away, there was a chance for their small universe to remain intact and merge with the void. If one didn't know the exact location, it would be very difficult to find these sealed worlds, and even if one knew the exact location, they would have to know how to open the portal leading to it. These sealed worlds that were left behind after the death of a high-rank open heaven realm master were known as universe cave heavens or universe paradises. A seventh-order open heaven realm master would leave behind a universe paradise, while an eighth or ninth-order open heaven realm master would leave behind a universe cave heaven. The blood monster cave heaven, that Yang Kai had explored once before, was the universe cave heaven left behind by blood monster divine monarch. Later, when he and bright sun divine monarch Xianxia worked together in the shattered heaven, they found and opened a total of 5 universe cave heavens and paradises. With his mastery over the Tao of space, Yang Kai was adept at finding and then forcing open universe cave heavens or paradises. These universe cave heavens and paradises were left behind by powerful masters, and if one were lucky, one might be able to inherit the previous owner's legacy. Therefore, among the 3,000 worlds, universe cave heavens and paradises represented fortune and opportunity. Once one was found, people would swarm over to seize a piece of the pie. Every time blood monster cave heaven was opened, it would attract many elite disciples to enter and explore it, which showed how precious these sealed worlds were. However, they were on the Black Ink battlefield now and just outside Blue Sky Pass. Throughout the ages, countless human masters fought the Black Ink clan right here, painting the void in blood. The number of human masters that died here must have been too many to count. When the armies were locked in battle, there were bursts of energy everywhere, so Yang Kai wasn't able to sense anything. While he was cleaning up the battlefield though, he could feel slight, almost imperceptible spatial fluctuations coming from certain points around him. No matter how strong he was, if he were not proficient in the Tao of space, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to discover anything. But due to his experience of discovering and opening so many universe cave heavens and paradises before, coupled with the special conditions here, he naturally knew what these space fluctuations meant. After giving it a try, just as he predicted, he easily opened up a portal to a universe paradise. Though it seemed easy for Yang Kai, it was mind-blowing for Feng Ying. Many knew that countless universe cave heavens and paradises were located outside of Blue Sky Pass. After all, an uncountable number of high-rank open heaven realm masters had died here over the millennia. To this point, though, there had been no one besides Yang Kai who could easily find and open those lost small universes. If he could open one, he could open a second, third. What did that mean? It meant the legacies of the owners of those universe cave heavens and paradises could be found and retrieved. Though there might not be much, even retrieving some memorial items of these masters who had fought and died to stop the Black Ink clan would have meaning. "Do you want to head inside?" Yang Kai nudged his head towards the portal. Nodding, Feng Ying added, "I just need to report about this first." As she spoke, she took out her communication artifact and notified the higher-ups. Once she did that, she followed Yang Kai through the portal. Their vision blurred for a moment. Then, they were inside. As Yang Kai predicted, this was a universe paradise that was left behind by a 7th-order open heaven realm master. However, this universe paradise was dilapidated and barren, and there were places that looked like parts had been cut away. Yang Kai could guess that the owner of this small universe had been invaded by Black Ink strength and was forced to cut out a part of his small universe to continue fighting. Unfortunately, the owner still died in battle. After the owner died, his small universe didn't rupture and was preserved to create an incomplete universe paradise. This universe paradise wasn't very big, nor did there seem to be anything of value. Yang Kai and Feng Ying explored the place but couldn't find anything. Yang Kai was puzzled by this because the owner of the small universe was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, and such people would normally keep all their important belongings inside their small universe, so whatever they had would end up here after they died. However, they couldn't find anything of value even after performing a careful exploration. Seeming to have noticed Yang Kai's doubts, Feng Ying explained, "Every time a war breaks out, everyone in Blue Sky Pass leaves everything of value they possess in the inner sanctum. Everything beside their important artifacts and pills which can restore energy and heal their wounds is left behind. That way, if they die, the resources left in the inner sanctum can be used by others. On the chaotic battlefield, no one could be certain if they could come back alive, which was why they would carry the mentality that they were heading to the last battle of their lives and had to fight to the death. That was also the reason why they couldn't find anything of value in this small universe. The belongings of the owner had been collected by others in Blue Sky Pass after his death and became materials for others to become stronger." Yang Kai stood in awe. If that was true, there was no reason to continue exploring. A while later, Yang Kai and Feng Ying left the universe paradise. When they came out, the 4 army commanders were waiting for them. Feng Ying had contacted Zhongliang, who then contacted Ding Yao and the others. The 4 arrived at almost the same time. 4 pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to the portal that led to the universe paradise. And Zhongliang even swept his eyes over Yang Kai while asking, "Did you do this?" Yang Kai nodded. There was no need to hide that fact. "Do you know who left this behind?" Zhongliang asked another question. This time it wasn't directed at Yang Kai, but at Feng Ying. Shaking her head, Feng Ying answered, "I'm not sure. Unless it's someone who knows the owner going in to have a look, I'm afraid it will be hard to determine who it belonged to." Zhongliang stayed silent. Unless the small universe left by the cultivator had special characteristics, it was difficult to determine who its former owner was. Moreover, countless masters had been killed outside Blue Sky Pass over the ages, and so much time had passed it was almost impossible to determine who these small universes belonged to. Suddenly, Ding Yao looked at Yang Kai and questioned, "Did you find this by chance? Or do you have the ability to open portals to all these universe cave heavens and universe paradises?" Yang Kai replied, "As long as they aren't hidden too deeply, I can find and open them." Hearing this, the 4 army commanders frowned. Ding Yao nodded and said, "Very good. If it's true, then you might be making a huge contribution." Yang Kai was confused. What huge contribution? If what Feng Ying said was true, there wouldn't be many valuable things in the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden outside Blue Sky Pass. Even if he found and opened them, what good would they bring to Blue Sky Pass? Nevertheless, since Ding Yao had spoken, it must be something important. On the other hand, Yang Kai also found the arrival of all 4 army commanders a little fishy. He didn't expect all 4 to come when Feng Ying said she had to make a report. Also, judging by the expressions on Zhongliang's and the others' faces, Yang Kai was clear that it might be something important. As he was still confused, he simply decided to ask, "Are these universe cave heavens and universe paradises very important?" "There aren't many valuables inside." Ding Yao explained, "Those who went into battle naturally wouldn't bring much with them. They fought to the death against the Black Ink clan when they were alive, and the small universes they left behind after they died can also become a weapon to kill the Black Ink clan. We've had such plans for a long time, but we didn't have the ability to open these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Who would have thought you were capable of this?" Then Zhongliang continued, "Think of it this way. The universe paradise before you has little value on its own. Though it has world force and the owner's Tao essence, it is essentially useless to us humans. However, what if we make it into a trap?" "A trap?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhongliang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he elaborated. "The Black Ink clan army repeatedly besieges Blue Sky Pass. If we convert this universe paradise into a trap, when the Black Ink clan army approaches, we can trigger it and all nearby Black Ink clansmen will be drawn inside." Liang Yulong continued, "We can arrange killing arrays in this universe paradise in advance. After the Black Ink clan is trapped inside, the killing array will activate and weaken the Black Ink clan without us having to fight them directly." Shin 2Mo agreed. One universe paradise may not make much of a difference, but there are so many universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass. If we activate 1,000 of them at once, we may be able to win the next war in one fell swoop. After listening to their explanation, Xianxia felt his pulse accelerate. A magnificent sight came into his mind where the Black Ink clan army besieged Blue Sky Pass from all sides in full momentum and then fell into the traps set up using the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Then, in a flash, they triggered the killing arrays and slaughtered the enemy. If this could be achieved, Blue Sky Pass could win a large battle effortlessly. Had the humans set up such traps in previous battles, they would have had another sharp weapon with which to repel the enemy. People from Blue Sky Pass clearly had such an idea long ago. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, it was difficult to put it into action. They had no way to find and open up these hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises, so how could they use them as traps? Therefore, after hearing that Xianxia could find and force open these small universes, Zhongliang immediately realized the importance of the matter and summoned Ding Yao and the others to come and assess the situation. This time, the Black Ink clan army suffered heavy losses and severely damaged their foundation, so Blue Sky Pass was safe for the time being. But the Black Ink clan army would return someday, and there would be another fierce battle when they did. While the Black Ink clan were recuperating, there was enough time for them to set up a grand killing array here at Blue Sky Pass. If their plan was executed well, the next time the Black Ink clan army arrived, there would be a huge unpleasant surprise waiting for them. The key to this plan relied on Xianxia's ability to find and open these long-lost universe cave heavens and universe paradises. If he could do this, then everything else would fall into place, but if he couldn't, then they couldn't even begin. The four army commanders looked at Xianxia with complicated expressions. Originally, because Xianxia disobeyed orders, they decided to punish him by having him clean up the battlefield. But who would have thought that cleaning up the battlefield could earn him another great merit? They also heard from Fengying that Xianxia was going to contribute a large batch of profound in bamboo to Blue Sky Pass. Each profound in bamboo was a precious treasure, especially for the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield. If they did get their hands on those profound in bamboo, they would have a huge advantage in both resisting the corruption of Black Ink strength and improving their own cultivation. This was another great merit that could be awarded to Xianxia. That realization gave Zhongliang and others a headache. A junior with too many merits wasn't something to celebrate, because it made it difficult to force him into line when the time came. Once all his merits were converted into military merits, Xianxia would have accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. With these potential merits, and the ones he earned in the last battle, he now had more than most 8th Order Division commanders. Xianxia, this matter is of great importance. Are you sure you can find and open those universe cave heavens and universe paradises? Zhongliang put aside the many thoughts in his head and asked solemnly. This was a matter related to the situation of future wars, so he had to confirm everything carefully. Xianxia answered respectfully, I wouldn't dare to make any wild claims. Ding Yao retorted indifferently, seeing is believing. Naturally, he meant he wanted Xianxia to do a demonstration for them. Xianxia didn't refuse and immediately nodded. Follow me, please. When he was cleaning the battlefield, he found several suspicious places, so it was not difficult to open another portal. A short while later, the crowd stopped at a certain place, and under everyone's watchful gaze, Xianxia, like before, stretched his hand out into the void. There seemed to be a faint burst of space principles before Xianxia's hand immediately disappeared without a trace before everyone's eyes. Zhongliang and others immediately raised their brows. The next moment, Xianxia twisted his hand and manipulated the space principles. Then, a slowly rotating vortex appeared in everyone's field of vision. Also, there was an aura of a small universe gradually diffusing outward from that vortex. Ding Yao and others watched with widened eyes. They knew Xianxia wouldn't deceive them about such matters, and they believed that he had such abilities, but wasn't this too easy for him? It felt like opening a hidden universe cave heavens or universe paradises for him was as easy as eating a snack or drinking a glass of water. They had the idea of converting the universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside Blue Sky Pass into traps, But even after many attempts, they couldn't open any because they had too few people who were proficient in the Tao of Space. Even if they had masters who had cultivated the Tao of Space, their attainments were quite low and they could not find and open these hidden small universes. On the other hand, Yang Kai could open a portal just by stretching out his hand. How great were his attainments in the Tao of Space for this brat to accomplish this. But when they recalled that this kid could even arrange universe arrays, they didn't feel surprised anymore. In the meantime, Yang Kai was frowning at the portal. The aura coming from it gave him a feeling that something was not right. What happened? Zhong Liang asked. Yang Kai said, "This universe paradise seems to be stained by black ink strength." Stained by black ink strength? Zhong Liang frowned. Yang Kai nodded before he fiercely extended his hands, and the vortex greatly expanded. The hazy center of the vortex revealed a scene that was as black as ink. It was obvious that the scene before them was the scene inside the portal. With the opening of the portal, the black ink strength inside wanted to gush out, but under Yang Kai's suppression, it remained sealed inside the universe paradise. Zhong Liang sighed slightly. "Seal it up. This universe paradise can't be used anymore." To set up an array inside a universe paradise, the spirit array grandmasters had to enter it. However, they couldn't enter a universe paradise if it was suffused with black ink strength. The spirit array grandmasters didn't have Yang Kai's ability to resist the corruption of black ink strength. This universe paradise was completely stained with black ink strength, so it was conceivable that its owner was already corrupted by black ink strength while he was alive. Before the owner died, he still fought hard, but eventually died, leaving this small universe behind. There had to be more than one small universe like this. There were likely many, in fact. Furthermore, not every high-rank open heaven realm master would leave behind a small universe after their death. There were also many who had given their lives for the sake of the human race but couldn't even leave a trace of their existence behind. It was pitiful. Even so, the cave heavens and paradises were still fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, not allowing the Black Ink clan to set foot into the 3,000 worlds, which was a sacrifice worthy of respect.